folks that can't get in here, we're going to have a room that the screen will be in as well. I apologize for that. We're thrifty here down in the east, right? Mr. Stant, Mr. Coleman, right? So I appreciate y'all coming out, again, part of our tour around the state to try to get out to where the folks are and live, and we'll continue that. We'll pop to Northern Virginia here in the not too distant future, hopefully, and continue working our way around. So appreciate y'all coming down here. I know it's always hard, particularly for the staff. We have to transport all this gear and all this stuff. For the members, it's a little bit easier, but we've got to move around too, so I really do appreciate it. And I think it's a good cadence and good for our organization, so we'll continue to do that. As you can tell, as you'll see in a moment, our flag is too tall for the room. Just a small thing, but we love our flag, and so if you would join with me and say the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a very busy week ahead of us here. We've got a busy day in both our workshop and action item agendas. So we're going to try to be deliberate but also efficient. And tonight the board will leave here about 5:30 and move on to reception that Mr. Stant and Mr. Coleman have provided for us. Well, Mr. Stant says that you're providing it, Mr. Coleman, so you're all going to have to work that out between yourselves.
He just sends me a bill.
Well, that's providing. So we're looking forward to that. The governor's conference will start tomorrow, midday or so. A governor will be here on Thursday morning for a talk about 8:45. And then we have a full day of work or conference on Thursday, and a very short day, sort of a farewell day on Friday morning. So that's our basic overview of the agenda. And with that, I'm going to get started on today's meeting. So the first item on the agenda this morning is the Strategic Resource Evaluation Study. Mr. Bart Thrasher. Good morning, Bart.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir, members of the board. This morning, our first presentation is really a continuation of some work that Mr. Kasowitz, Mr. Malvin, and I started back in 2019. In 2019, we asked Ernst & Young to come in and review our estimating and our bidding process within the department. The study was completed in the summer of 2020, and a presentation was given to the board in October 2020 by myself and the folks from Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young made several recommendations to the department, and one of those recommendations was to constantly keep up with the economic items, including inflation and commodities, in our bidding process throughout the year, which is something that historically VDOT has not done. So in September of 2021, VDOT procured the Balmoral Group to provide a strategic resource evaluation study. The Balmoral Group is located out of Florida, and they were founded in 2004. They are a transportation economic firm that has been working on transportation economics, transportation design, and stormwater management. They work with other DOTs, mainly being FDOT, and that's the way we heard of them. As far as I know, in regards to the type of work that they do, FDOT and VDOT are the only ones that have an economics team in the United States, which is something that Mr. Kasowitz was very adamant about us doing out.
You got a slide coming up on this?
No, not yet, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Not yet. So they also have offices not only in the United States, they also have offices in Australia. This morning we are very fortunate to have Valerie Seidel, who is the president and principal economist of the Balmoral Group. Ms. Seidel worked previously as a banking executive and spent 10 years as a federal regulator. I hope that's a good thing. Anyway, she's completed her graduate work in economics at the University of Sydney, and she has her post-grad work at the University of Central Florida. So what Valerie will be doing today is giving her and Balmoral's opinions on what they believe will be seen coming up in the next year to several years out in regards to commodity pricing and inflation. We've asked her to give their expert opinions on what we think we can expect in regards to what bids, what types of prices we'll see, not only for this year, but for the next few years. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Valerie, and we'll be more than glad to answer any questions at the end.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Welcome, Valerie.
Good morning.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with y'all and talk about our strategic resource evaluation study. We will see how I go here.
Not.
No? One before that, I think. Two before that, actually.
Nope.
Okay. We all seeing that?
Ma'am.
Excellent. Here we go. Okay. So Bart addressed this somewhat. Just a quick overview. The department was experiencing large price increases beginning in spring of last year, as were many other transportation agencies. We were seeing the rapidly changing market conditions coming out of COVID. And, just as some of those things were occurring, Russia invaded Ukraine. We, saw things triple even further this year. And so the agency put out the procurement, as he mentioned, and really took to understand the supply chains that are affecting future availability of the resources that you need to fulfill your construction program. One of the first things that we did as part of that study was reach out to contractors and kind of understand industry capacity and what were the things that they were facing that were affecting their bids. And an important point for this group is looking at the labor pool. So we've all heard about tight labor pool and labor supply being a constraint. In Virginia, overall employment hit the last peak levels of 2006 back in 2013. But construction employment still has not recovered to those peak levels. And in fact, year over year has grown only less than 1%, and it was the same last year. What's exacerbating this situation is that it's estimated within the next 5 years, a third of your workers in concrete, asphalt, and aggregate are going to retire. So the situation is not going to go away. You're going to continue to have this constraint on your labor pool. Part of what we wanted to understand in understanding the resources that were available is how much of them do you need? And so we took the SYP data, working with Kim Pryor and her group to understand how much of materials were needed for each of the projects over the next several years, and estimated those. So you can see you run between 7 and 8 million tons of aggregate a year, 6 million-ish tons of asphalt, and so forth. And the reason we did that was to understand where you stand in the overall market. So for example, in aggregate, you are a price taker. Yes, you use a lot of aggregate, about 10 million tons a year, but compared to the entire supply in Virginia, you're not a big player. And so therefore, you're a price taker in the aggregate market. The reverse is true with asphalt. So with asphalt, you're using 6-7 million tons a year. The state, the Commonwealth, produces across the entire industry about 10 or 11 million tons a year on average. And so you're a big player in the asphalt market, and your projects do have an influence on price. With concrete, similar to aggregate, you're more of a price taker in that market. And so these are important things to understand in estimating future availability and costs. Oops, wrong button. So some of the factors that we evaluate, we looked at the entire supply chain across the materials that you purchase. And that includes, the raw materials, the skilled labor needed to install them, the competition, and so forth, and how these different factors affect each of your markets, and whether they're having a negative influence on your bids or a positive influence, or really no influence upward or downward at any given time. Most of these right now are red. That's not normally the case. Normally you would see a mix of these factors across these different factor markets. To say these are unprecedented times has become a cliche, but that's really where we are. And there are many dynamic factors that are really affecting your bids in a negative way. What does this mean for VDOT? If you look back to November 2020, kind of before this dramatic price escalation started, from that time to now, if you weight the costs of those inputs that your contractors use to carry out your construction program, those costs have gone up about 20%. If you compare that to your bids, again, weighted for the mix of items that you purchase, those bids have only gone up about 17%. Now, nationally, these lines have since crossed, and so the bids have continued to go up even though some of the input costs have flattened out a little bit. That has not happened yet in Virginia. It likely will. We'll be very interested to see the next 2 rounds of lettings and what happens this quarter. But what this means is that your contractors have been eating costs as these input costs have gone up at some point, and that it will be important to understand that bids will continue to increase in order to keep up with market realities. So we were asked to look at the key market influences here. And some of these, again, have become mainstream news. Economics didn't used to be mainstream news, but it is now. The supply chain, you know, the U.S. economy and the global economy had operated on a just-in-time system for several decades. When the pandemic hit and no one could spend money at restaurants or gyms or hotels, they just started buying stuff, and no one was set up to deliver that stuff in time, so you had a huge shipping backlog. China shut down, you know, there were a lot of issues. Just about the time that was resolving, Russia invaded Ukraine, and so this supply chain disruption writ large is continuing to affect your bids. For example, you know, just from the energy volatility, you know, we're expecting your asphalt costs probably to go up another 10% this year. The CDL driver shortage is easing somewhat in Virginia, but is still affecting costs, for example, for transporting aggregates. Demand and inflation in general. So in addition to the stimulus monies that were passed at the time of COVID in order to keep everybody's economies moving, there's a lot of funding now coming out for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that's expected to last several more years. This is creating a lot of demand at a time when we had these supply chain disruptions. And globally, commodities prices have risen more than they've risen since the 70s. I mean, back when we had, you know, gas lines and real shortages. Based on our modeling, every additional $1 billion in infrastructure spending adds about 3% to BDOT's costs, holding all other factors equal. And then finally,
Can you repeat that?
Yes. Based on our modeling, every additional $1 billion of infrastructure spending, anybody's infrastructure spending, adds about 3% to BDOT's costs.
Wow. That's an
Holding all
extraordinary
other
number.
factors equal, which of course other factors move as well. And finally, the Ukraine war. I can't overemphasize the importance of this. Russia and Ukraine supplied about 12% of the world's steel. You would have all seen that steel plant that was blown up. You know, that wasn't the only one, but the point is that's off the table. So you may not buy imported steel, but others did, and that much has now been removed from global supply. In addition, Russia and Ukraine produced about 1 out of every 7 ship captains globally. And so all those supply chain issues, when you heard about the 30 ships lined up off the port of LA and everything, 1 out of 7 of those were coming from Russia or Ukraine. They were prolific producers of ship captains. Those guys are now wearing soldiers' uniforms. They're not captaining ships, and so that's continuing to have issues that will affect you, particularly with metals, steel, metal products, and precast, for example. So, shifting quickly then into what this means for your actual costs. We modeled each of your major components, and for example, within aggregate, because you have such sufficient supply within the state, aggregate really performs more like a general commodity in a mature market in Virginia. So the state puts out its own estimates of non-farm employment, a low, medium, and high scenario. There are also low, medium, and high scenarios for crude oil prices and so forth. And so we found that the best fit in replicating historical bids was, based on current fuel prices, overall spending, and non-farm employment. And we anticipate that you will see prices there. They're going to be higher this year, but they're expected to plateau and dance around the middle line there for the next couple of years. If we end up on that high crude line, where crude is at a sustained more than $90 a barrel, I say sustained meaning more than a quarter, then you're looking at a higher increase. Asphalt. Asphalt does not perform like a commodity. Asphalt, we've seen those prices de-link from crude oil prices in the last couple of years. And the upper bound, where we have high crude oil and high binder prices, which unfortunately is a pretty high probability of, we would see substantial increases. Right now, we're expecting to see about 10% increase this year in asphalt, but then to see that flatten a little bit for the next couple of years. And in your, best case and lower bound, that's based on medium, where we're kind of at right now, the medium crude oil prices, and, status quo employment and spending. On concrete, you have a number of issues going on here. There's a fly ash shortage. There's an actual raw cement shortage. There are a number of factors affecting these prices. As a result, they're at record highs. And we're expecting that to come down a little bit next year. But when I say a little bit, $50 on $1,200, isn't that much relief. It's generally flat. There are reasons you could go up to that higher bound. Particularly if we see sustained higher energy prices, or we see the GSP increase more than anticipated at this point. And then I'll very quickly on reinforcing steel. There's several steel products that we looked at. We do anticipate on your black steel that's going to increase, but then plateau, barring some changes in availability. On corrosion-resistant steel, these are at record high prices. We do expect them to come down, but not to pre-pandemic levels, unfortunately, so still be very expensive. A very small portion of your SYP, but still very expensive. And then similarly with the MMFX, we're anticipating seeing those flatten out, but not returning to the levels that you were accustomed to. And finally, on structural steel, the high crude prices we're expecting that to behave more like if you had high energy prices. The slowdown in some of the competing sectors should help somewhat in lesser demand for those competing resources, but continued infrastructure spending will continue to support higher prices and very long lead times along these products. So what does this mean overall? For the past year, you ended up with, by our calculations, about 8% overall cost escalation. We anticipate that for this coming fiscal year, you're probably looking at an 11% cost escalation, which is a shocking number, but we seem to be on that trajectory. Again, the next two lettings will be very formative for us to let us know whether you're on that lower or upper bound. In fiscal year 2024, what's very important is that the infrastructure spending, the federal infrastructure spending, was expected to peak in fiscal year 2024. So if you're a contractor bidding on a project now, it's going to last 2 years, and there's nothing behind it, you're going to bid more aggressively than if you think you've got another 2 years. Well, that money has now moved out, and so now we're expecting it to peak fiscal year 2026. So you may not see the relief we were originally anticipating next year, and if that's the case, then we could be in for another solid fiscal year of increases. However, there are offsetting recessionary conditions that we think could rein that in somewhat. So again, the next quarter will be very telling. And just for context, some of the other measures, most recent measures, Consumer Price Index, ENR, the Turner Construction Index, and so forth, all put numbers through about 8.5% through August of this year. I think we have one there from more recently than that, September, October. Again, these tend to be broader measures, and they're a little bit different than construction, because construction you're locking in a longer contract time period. So other things to watch in the next 24 months, in addition to all those items I listed, the Ukraine war and continued disruption there will continue to create a lot of uncertainty. And particularly if any of that conflict broadens, you would anticipate seeing resources diverted to more military needs, as we did during the Iraq War, which can create pressures on your costs. U.S. or global recession, there's a lot of debate whether we're already in a recession. And in any event, we think the recession could potentially have some positive impacts for VDOT. So you may lose some revenues in the short run. However, it could also ease some of the labor pressure, some of the housing affordability issues, some of the supply chain disruption, and so forth. And that could constrain some of those impacts. The energy prices are creating a tremendous amount of uncertainty, and the OPEC Plus announcement just a week or two ago about curtailing production is certainly not helping that scenario. That will provide the market ammunition to continue with very high prices on asphalt, for example, and some of the fuel surcharges we've seen elsewhere that subs may be passing up. We had hoped at one point that the European transition to renewables that was expected to be very expensive had been somewhat masked by the war forcing that to happen more quickly. That may no longer be so optimistic. And China, I'm sure you all heard just last week, they're still sticking to their zero COVID policy. So from a perspective of managing inflation, many of the tools at your disposal VDOT is using already. That includes, cost and indexes, being generous with your cost escalation clauses, providing flexibility in specs so that if a material is not available, there's an opportunity to shift gears quickly to another alternative, and bundling procurements for efficiency and also to provide certainty to contractors in their pipeline. And some additional considerations. In some cases, the modeling that we completed here is based on a small percentage of the overall bids, because for that particular item, there may not be a lot of standard pay items, and the department is already looking at updating that process, and that will help you a lot in the long run with your information systems. Similarly, with alternative bid data, it's worthwhile to retain schedules of values and make sure you get those finals materials quantities. That will help fill in a lot of your information. Generous use of cost escalations will help with uncertainty premiums. Contractors are telling us that they're including, up to 15% contingencies to protect themselves from cost increases and projects coming out in the next year or two. The more generous you can be with those cost escalation clauses, the more of that uncertainty premium you can tighten up. And finally, routine reviews of your specs so that if the war were to expand, if there were reasons that something were no longer available, you could quickly switch gears to an alternative and not have to start from scratch with coming up with a plan B. That's always prudent to be ready to do that on a regular basis. So that's all I have, and I'm happy taking questions.
Mr. Kasparowicz, I can feel you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Actually, it's a question directed to Mr. Todd. Thank you for your presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
You might check that concrete price, though. It looked like the decimal might have been in the wrong place.
Sorry about that.
So we have, since the start of Smart Scale, used much lower escalation numbers on an annual basis to create our estimates. And we currently have many projects already underway. They're in the Smart Scale cycle that, if this level of inflation continues, or even if it ends at this point, will be impacted by the estimates that we used. Is it time for us to take a look at our current projects and the impact of these inflation numbers and start to definitively create some reserves for the shortfalls that we can expect? And should we also, in going forward with Smart Scale, look at some mechanism for making in-progress adjustments to our estimates based on inflation numbers? We've been very lucky to have a very consistent level of cost increases over the years that we've run Smart Scale to date. That's changed, and I wonder if we should change our approach to how we move estimates forward, and if there should be some interim adjustments considered based on the inflationary factors that we're facing.
Several questions in there, Mr. Kasparowicz.
I wondered.
So, yes, we are already doing adjustments in regards to projects. Our scheduling for asphalt, we do scheduling adjustments for both asphalt and fuel. We've already done that. We've already set aside amount of money, about $40 million we've set aside for that. So we did that back in the late spring, early summer, just based on the fuel index. In regards to our existing projects, yes, we have taken a look at projects going to advertisement in fiscal year 23, and we have adjusted the inflation factors on those projects as they go into construction. And as we get further into that, we'll take another look at that in regards to how it's going to impact the 6-year plan. But we do know that what we have there now as far as contingencies and inflation factors are not sufficient.
So this is probably twice what we've been estimating. I mean, when we look at 11% inflation factor versus what we've been estimating pretty consistently through Smart Scale. It's going to create a differential at some point that'll have to be funded. Where do we expect that differential would come from? With existing round of Smart Scale funding?
We're taking a look at all aspects of it, sir.
Chairman, Mr. Kasparowicz, I think to answer that question, this is why we're presenting this to the board this month in advance of round 5 smart scale, to be in a position to, is it going to be a determination that all those funds would be used for round 5, or is this to be able to support the projects that are already in the program looking forward? But I would say that, as Valerie has indicated, that there's still uncertainty with the paths that are out there. That, are we on the best trend line? Are we at the high line? Are we at the low line? How long is the Ukraine war going on? Whether there's a recession. So I think this is a little bit of a balance that we're going to have to strike as we enter into the December, January timeframe to better look at the quarters we're advancing and continue to use the Balmoral group to help formulate an idea or a forecast of where we see these trends happening. So this is anticipatory of making sure that round 5 either goes to full set of projects, goes back into the program, but it's also, I think we all recognize that we don't want to escalate the projects that are in the pipeline today to take into consideration whether it's CPI or the growth factors on some of these trend lines and have that money sit unallocated to projects to be able to advance. So it is a true delicate balance as we move forward.
But kudos for the efforts that you put forth and looking at this on a more defined basis than we have in the past. I think it really benefits our decision-making process.
Mr. Stamp. Thank you, Mr. Casper.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, do many of our contracts have escalation clauses in them?
All of our contracts have some type of escalation, whether it's steel, asphalt, or fuel.
Based on a unit cost?
Correct.
Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Dodson.
a lot of us have gone through economic issues and war issues and things of that sort. A lot of things outside of control. Us as district reps have probably been talking to our district engineers already about increasing prices on certain smart scale projects that we have to put additional money. I'll just the elephant in the room. Do we suspend this round of smart scale? It's a thought. I mean, you're gonna have all this catch up, and if Americans start killing Russians, we're gonna have a real big problem outside of control. That's a pretty drastic approach, I know, but what happens is always will feel very uncomfortable with thinking about that. But I'm just saying, it's not gonna get any better. You always plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Step by
Thank you,
step,
sir.
Mr. Dodson.
Thank you.
Mr. Bridge.
Valerie, I do have one question for you with regard to some of the discussion that you had on demand and inflation, recognizing that the IIJA, as it passed, provided an uplift. And I think what you were trying to say was that with all the states now experiencing an uplift back into their construction programs, we'll see additional demand being put onto the potential for additional projects. But the question that I have is that on a subsequent slide, if we're at 20% increase in unit costs of materials, labor, and other items, has that not in net effect flattened the demand or has created that it negated the demand for additional projects and commodities to be used? So are we now flat with that and might see some leveling out? What I keep hearing, and AASHTO met this past weekend, and the response is that the commodities and inflation are just, the uplift is now just paying for the projects that were already in the program and not expanding programs. So is that something, is that going to reduce the demands in 25 and 26 that you spoke about potentially, unless we see a relaxation of the Ukraine war, no recession, and so on and so forth?
So there are probably two important things to consider in that answer. One is that with the planned spending, that's what's in the projections that we've showed you. So that's assuming that that money rolls out as it's expected to. The other is in terms of maybe squeezing out other work or cost overruns, squeezing out other work, either from other sectors or from the budget issues themselves. some of that gets muddied with, some of the recession. So that's kind of what I was talking about with, at some point, the economy collapses under its own weight. Stuff gets so expensive, no one can afford it, right? And so then you stop buying. So the challenge with that is, and yet there's still this IIJA money coming, and contractors know that. So yes, there are projects being bid up to a point where some agencies are pulling back or having to cancel projects, defer projects, whatever. And so in theory, there will be slightly less demand, but by the same token, the money that's out there, it's just more money paying for slightly less stuff. So, a pair of shoes that was $20 is now $40 kind of thing, so
Can you
still
find me those
you're still buying the shoe.
shoes? Those don't exist. $20 shoes? It's like hell.
Yeah, so, did I address your question?
But I think what you're saying is there's still a great deal of uncertainty in the program as we move forward and should be on a quarter-by-quarter look.
Really,
At
yes, yes, because every
wanna ask about
quarter,
shoes.
for the last 2 years now, everyone's thought, this is it. It's gonna resolve this quarter. This is it. We're seeing the end, and that's not been the case.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Hold on a second. I got a couple over here, and we'll get back to you. Ms. Sellers. He wants to fund the $20 shoes.
I do. Show me where those are. What about sanctions? I see the Ukraine war, but the EU expanded their sanctions on Russian steel. Are we watching sanctions and the potential of the U.S. following suit and the United Nations following suit, which could put a drastic, those are drastic measures, but could really affect that. Are you guys monitoring that?
Yes, and to be honest with you, that will be a more personal effect to specific parties, but from a market effect, that was kind of built in a year ago, because it became unspoken that you're not buying that stuff. I'm not going to be the one to buy that stuff, and so the market itself kind of took care of that, even in the absence of formal sanctions at that point. And so, but that's why that supply has been. That's part of why that supply has been so constrained. Again, even though DOTs don't buy that imported material, everybody else did, and now they can't. And so that continues to be an issue, and will continue to be an issue. That those steel plants aren't going to come back tomorrow. It's not like you can flip a switch. They're destroyed, and those people are deployed. And so this is not a short-term issue.
Mr. Coleman and Mr. Brown.
thank you, Mr. Secretary. You had spoken a lot about fuel pricing, but I don't think you mentioned anything about availability. I just got word in my business yesterday that a major trucker just bought up all the supply of diesel fuel in Nevada. So I've got people that are scrambling, filling up tanker trucks in other states to have as part of supply. Kind of reminded me of the toilet paper thing early in the pandemic. Is fear driving some of this, or how can we as a body plan or mitigate the reality of availability of fuel, not just the pricing? Pricing, everybody realizes when you pull up to a pump, pricing is crazy. But just the certainty of availability of fuel. And the other thing that I'd like to make a comment on, supply chain sometimes has in the last 2 years or so has been, because there's more containers than there were ship bottoms to put it out. That's reversed now. There's more ship bottom than there is containers loading in China. So I think that the prices have come down, but the other factors like trucking and availability of fuel could certainly impact the supply chain.
I have not heard reports of actual fuel shortages, availability. What we have seen is that as prices get close to $5, Americans, specifically Americans, will tend to change their driving patterns. They'll move closer to work, or they'll stop driving the second car, or whatever, they'll carpool. And so typically those prices can't be sustained. And that's a choice at the refinery every day, what they're producing with that, that barrel of crude that they have, they can produce many products from it. And whether they decide to, produce gasoline for automobiles or diesel or fuel oil or, whatever, they're going to do based on market conditions. So I would anticipate that if you're seeing that run up in diesel, that you would see more production of diesel, which over time then would even itself out.
Well, this particular case was one major carrier buying up all the supply, so they have control of the market. something like the major purchases of certain items on grocery store shelves that we saw in the beginning of the pandemic, so.
I had not heard that. I'll be interested to look that up now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brown,
Yeah, I want to come
Thank you,
back to the rule of thumb, the
sound of freedom, Mr. Brown.
the 1% of, or each additional billion in infrastructure spending directly leading to 3% increase in VDOT expenditures. So, I mean, if I'm understanding that the right way, right, if there's pent up, whether it be the smart scale, round 5 or 6, or whether it be the Infrastructure Act, or whether it be even private industrial investment, I mean, that gets big really fast. Am I thinking about that the right way?
You are, but you also need to remember that that's all other factors being equal, and they never are, right? But if you look at that coefficient in isolation, then what we find is if we hold all other factors equal, that when infrastructure spending is increased for every $1 billion, your bids have gone up about 3%.
That's in Virginia, the $1 billion.
Virginia specifically,
Okay, so
yeah.
that's very important that you,
Yeah.
Yeah, because
yeah.
But to be clear, it doesn't mean Virginia spending any infrastructure
I
spending.
understand,
Yeah,
not
okay.
specifically governmental
It is
spending, but within
specifically
Virginia. That's an
yes.
important clarifier.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, well, I guess that's, I actually
not
was understanding
nationally.
it differently. I was thinking it was national.
That's what I wanted to clarify, because it couldn't be. I mean,
Right, because I was like, wow, that gets really.
because we've been a world of hurt.
So only in Virginia,
Yeah.
and only in the infrastructure spending in Virginia, whether it be private or public sector.
Correct.
And so on a given year, how much is there, I mean, this may be an unfair question, how much infrastructure investment is there in the Commonwealth? Whether it be private or public sector, is there?
I could tell you that.
What's
if
the
I looked-
baseline?
I could tell you that if I looked at my notes. I don't have that at my
I mean,
fingertips.
for example, I can tell you at Dominion, we're spending somewhere between $3 and $5 billion a year.
So you've increased our prices 50%?
Right, I mean, I guess, well, that's where I'm relating to this, right, because I know that our CapEx at a company like Dominion is in that $3 to $5 billion range inherently, right? I mean, and so if that's the case, we're gonna add 15% a year to the Commonwealth's.
I think it's incremental
Yeah.
over some baseline, but we
Yeah.
don't know the baseline.
Yes, over the average. Unfortunately, I would have to get back to you with the average.
You're part of the average.
Yeah.
But yeah, you if that's what you're spending every year, you're already part of the local economic model.
Okay.
Ms. Seidel, a couple of questions, and we're gonna,
Yep.
unfortunately, have to move on at some point.
Secretary, I was gonna ask one question, I
I'll
apologize.
get back to you.
I was
Oh,
gonna
go
ask
ahead.
the Commissioner, how many vehicles in VDOT inventory? Ballpark.
I would have to defer to Kevin Gregg. He gave me a number yesterday, but
Well, I'm
before I
just
answer
saying,
that.
I don't know if y'all having a problem with just buying vehicles now. The cost of vehicles, I ain't talking about all the information this lady gave to us, a really good report. I mean, buying vehicles now and paying vehicles is just atrocious as far as cost factor.
We have seen a cost increase in our vehicle fleet
If you can
and
find-
our
if you can find
equipment.
If you can find the vehicles.
We've been successful.
Good.
Seidel, love economics, and so help me as I jump through a couple of these charts.
Sure.
So I'm looking at your projections for the basic commodities, and I'm looking at them over the 22 to 27 period, which is about 5 years. And I'm just taking the median because that's sort of suggested as the best guess scenario. So I look at asphalt, and over that period is about 13% over 5 years. I look at concrete. I look at reinforcing steel, about 3%. I look at reinforcing steel corrosion resistance, actually down. I look at reinforcing steel MMFX, up 18%. I look at structural steel, that's up substantially. But the aggregate, the concrete, the asphalt are numbers over a 5-year period that are not that high from where we are today in your charts. And then I go to the chart that says 11% on average. What inputs am I missing? Is that labor? Is there other inputs in there other than these? Because these commodity prices, you know, if I looked at going from 92 to 104 over 5 years, that's 13%, but it's over 5 years, right? So 2.5% a year doesn't scare me. right? 8, 11, 12, 13 a year scares me. I'm having a hard time getting from the commodity increase prices to your 11%.
Okay, so the 11%, the 11% is for what is in the budget for the work mixes that year, the projects that are projected that year, versus what we anticipate they'll be. That's the difference. So in other words, based on those projected,
I'd have to have a higher percent of the expensive stuff to get to 11.
so there's two pieces, there's two pieces there where I think there's a disconnect. One is you're looking at a certain amount of asphalt, a certain amount of concrete and so forth, and those prices, and you're weighting those. And that is not all of that's not
Of course.
100% of what you spend. Yes, of course, there's labor and equipment and so forth. But the other one is we're looking at that compared to the base year. So it's compared to what was in there now, we're anticipating you're gonna need 11% more.
So you're saying in the base year, it's not reflective of the price of 2022, in essence. So 2022 is what I'm basing off on the chart as the beginning number, right? And I'm saying over 5 years, it goes up 13%. Well, 5 years over 13% is a couple points a year.
So in the individual materials models, yes, we're looking at every single year. But in those inflation charts, we were comparing it to that point in time. So that point in time was where you were with what you had in the SYP at that year end.
So that's what I'm saying. The SYP is not necessarily reflective of the number here in
Correct.
2022.
Correct,
There was some gap
correct,
between the SYP and the 2022 year.
correct.
Understand?
I think I'm addressing your question.
We could talk about this all day long.
Nothing we can do about it.
Well, there's some stuff we need to do about it, but yeah, we can't, we're, as she said, we're not makers, we're takers in most of this. So, yeah, but there's obviously strategies we can employ, which is why the commissioner said we'll come back to you, and one of them was, well, in any case, we'll be back to you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is the Interstate 81 Corridor Program. I will tell you, that's iterated a couple times, and so the latest one is a little bit different than what you saw. And I apologize to you, and we'll try to do better in terms of making these adjustments, but we're trying to give you the latest and greatest. So with that, Dave, please.
Mr. Chairman, members
Thank
of
you
the
for being
board, good morning. I'm going to do a very brief overview of this, of the status of the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program pursuant to completion of the annual report. So the agenda for this presentation is really quickly to review the requirements of the 2019 Acts of Assembly, review of the performance measures of the corridor comparing pre-construction data to current data, the project development process, which will tell you the status of each of the projects that are currently within the program, an assessment of strategies, the annual program allocation and finance plan will be presented by Laura Farmer, and the takeaway scorecard. So 2019 Acts of Assembly, just to bring everybody back up to speed, chapters 837 and 846 require that the CTB provide a report annually to the General Assembly. That report is currently under development. This is a summary of what will be included in that report. The report must be submitted by December 15th. It will review the performance of the I-81 corridor, the effectiveness of the operational strategies, as well as the capital improvement projects that we are currently delivering, the status of the projects themselves, current and projected I-81 fund balance, and the annual program allocation, the financing plan, and schedule of projects and strategies. So with regard to safety and performance of the I-81 corridor, we will look at crash severity, person hours of delay, the number of incidents involving lane closures, and average duration of incidents involving those lane closures. So to get to those performance measures, a quick look at the baseline comparison between 2019, which was pre-construction activity. We did have a very limited amount of operational projects that we were delivering at the time. to 2021 because we have a full year of data for 2021. I would like to point out that we have included the vehicle miles traveled, that is VMT, on the slide there for comparison purposes. In 2019, we had 15.06 million vehicles using I-81. In 2021, we had 15.21 million vehicles. So a very similar number here, a slight increase. We have omitted 2020 because of the COVID pandemic. That data was throwing off the numbers here and not giving us a good perspective of the overall performance of the interstate. So we saw I believe that should be a 0.1% increase in vehicle miles traveled. With regard to person hours of delay, we did see a rather significant reduction in the northbound direction. I don't know that it is exactly correlated with a capital improvement project, but we hope that our operational strategies that we have put in place have helped to reduce the person hours of delay. There were also a couple of large construction projects in 2019 that were active that are not active in 2021. With regard to the southbound direction, we saw a much smaller decrease in the person hours of delay at 2.5% reduction for an overall reduction combined both northbound and southbound of 12.6%.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms. Hines?
so that southbound number as shown on this chart shows it as okay, so what, you've changed it
Yes,
here,
there
but
was-
what's on in our packet does not show the change. Okay.
Yes, there were a
Thank you.
few errors in
So,
this slide
Mr.
that we've
Mr.
corrected.
Conchi, can you, if we can, as we go through this, as you have these couple changes that were made, can you make sure we point those out clearly?
Yes, sir. I'll.
Because they're looking at one thing and you're
Yes.
looking at another.
Yeah, so the first change was in the vehicle miles traveled, that number was not correct previously. The
Is it
southbound.
1% or is it 0.1%? You said
It's,
0.1 a minute.
it's 0.1%. It should be 0.1%.
Okay,
I
so
don't
it's
know.
still wrong on the screen.
It is. It
Okay.
is, yes. But 0.1% increase in vehicle miles traveled. 1% would be a rather large number for millions of vehicles. So the southbound direction, as you pointed out, that was shown as a positive 2.5% is actually a negative, so we've corrected that here. The lane impacting incidents, we've seen rather dramatic reductions both northbound and southbound as compared to 2019, greater than 30%. We hope that trend continues, and we expect that it will as we deliver projects that are enhancing the safety along I-81 for a total reduction of 32.4%. Hours of lane closures, so we did have a rather large reduction in both the northbound and southbound. I do believe that this is attributed to some of the larger construction projects that have completed, that were active during 2019, but have been completed prior to 2021.
Hey, can I stop for a second?
Yes, sir.
I don't agree with you. Vehicle miles traveled number of 15.06 to 15.21 is 1%. 10% of 15 would be 1.5. Okay? It's 0.15,
0.15.
which is 1%.
Okay.
0.1% would be 15.075. Everyone help me with my math here?
You may very well be correct. I
That's right.
apologize. This was updated an hour before this
15.06 to
presentation.
15.21 is 1%.
Okay, 1%.
It's not 0.1%, it's not 10, it's 1%.
Okay. Thank you. So, hours of lane closures, for a total reduction of 18.7%. I'm very happy to see, that trend. We will, that hours of lane closure is attributed to incidents. It's not planned lane closures that we're doing on the interstate as a result of construction, just to clarify that. On the bottom, we see the numbers for the equivalent property damage only crashes. We did see an increase this is measured in 5-year periods, so from 2015 to 2019 and 2017 to 2021, we had a 2.4% increase in the northbound direction, 1.5% decrease in the southbound direction, for a total increase of 0.5%. Any additional questions on this slide? I know it was a very confusing slide that we updated at the last minute. Okay.
That bottom table, those
Yes,
are
sir.
actual number of accidents?
Yeah, those are what we call equivalent property damage only, so we're not trying to quantify a fatality here. This is,
So let's do this going forward, okay? Because this is very choppy. Let's not only send it out electronically with a notation, but, you know, people are traveling, they're at night, you know, like, let's print out the changes and highlight on the printout what the changes are and have them at each person's seat
yes, sir.
so that they can have them in front of them if we're going through a changed presentation.
Yes, sir.
And not rely on them pulling up some electronic thing last night or this morning.
Mr. Secretary, lots of our regional bodies do that. They call it blue sheeting, and they don't reprint the whole presentation, just
Just
the
those
page.
sheets and
just the
highlight,
page.
you know, put it in some other color and put a big thing that says correction or adjustment or whatever.
Yes, sir.
We do that in general, Mr. Rich and Mr. Burrell. 'Cause listen, I understand we make, you know, we make errors and things change sometimes that we want to correct. Let's make it easy for our board members. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Moving forward and looking at a scorecard of our operational improvement project status, lots of completes here, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. This is, you know, we delivered the operational improvements, most of them very quickly and early in the program. The only item that is not yet complete is the arterial signal improvement project, which is a rather large project. We have completed some of those. Actually, on the next slide, I'll step through where we're at with those. So, with regard to curve improvements, the static and flashing chevrons, those are complete. Safety service patrol enhancements are complete and performing very well. Lift and tow devices on the safety service patrol vehicles are installed and functional. Towing, recovery, and incentive program is functioning very well right now. Traffic cameras and digital message signs are helping us respond and identify to crashes much more quickly. So moving on to the arterial signal improvements status. These are parallel route. We had a few minor parallel route upgrades that we have completed. These were geometric improvements at interchanges where we had a history of tractor trailers trying to divert off of the interstate because of an incident on the interstate. We completed those. All three of those were in Rockbridge County. With regard to the actual traffic signals in Bristol District, we've completed one project. And when I say one project, some of these projects consist of 50 to 70 traffic signals, so these are rather significant projects. Completed one project in Bristol District. We have one that is currently advertised for construction bids and one to be advertised in the spring of next year. In Salem District, we have one project complete, one project under construction currently with a completion date in 2023, and one project to be advertised by the end of this year. In Stanton District, we have two projects that begin construction early next year and two projects to be advertised for construction next month. Okay, a look at our capital improvement project status, and I really like this slide because it really helps you visualize the projects that are generally not fully funded yet, scheduled to be funded soon or only partially funded. Last year at this time, we had 13 projects in that stage, so we've made progress there. We currently have 5 projects that are in the preliminary engineering and environmental evaluation stage. Last year we had 3, so you can see some of the projects moved from planning to the preliminary engineering and environmental stage. We currently have 15 projects in the design phase, and last year we had 19 projects. And yesterday I learned that one of these projects moved into the next stage, but I did not want to update this presentation. It wasn't that significant. So now we have two projects in the right-of-way and utility coordination phase. So that's, design is complete. We're relocating utilities. We're acquiring right-of-way. Construction is next. With regard to construction, we currently have 8 projects under construction. Last year, we had 13 projects. And the big story is completion. Currently have 29 projects that are completed. Last year, we had 16 projects. So a lot of progress there. I'd like to say that that number will be 31, but the Troutville Rest Area project will be finishing up in the next couple of weeks. So we're waiting to add those two, that's 2 projects combined, to that completed category. Taking a little bit closer look at what's going on in each district, and I will say that these slides, the pie charts, reference the number of projects, not the dollar value of projects, but we have included the dollar value in aggregate here in each of these 3 categories. So in Bristol District, we have 9 projects that are upcoming. They've not started construction yet, valued at around $220 million. We have 4 projects that are currently under construction, valued at $33 million, and 10 projects which we have completed construction on at a value of $47.5 million. You're going to see this trend continue for each of the 3 districts. This represents the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, that we delivered very early and quickly. Now the large projects, which have been in the design phase, are going to start coming online. I'm not going to try to read each of these to you, but I did want you to have this information. So for each district, every project is listed here in the category that it's currently in. So we see the completed projects, we see the projects that are under construction now, and then on this slide, we see the projects that are upcoming. So this is useful information if you live in one of these districts and want to know what projects are coming online in the next couple of years. Taking a little closer look at Salem District, we have 6 projects upcoming valued at $796 million. So the vast majority of the program in that district is getting ready to come online or is under construction now. We have 4 projects under construction. I mentioned the 2 Troutville Rest Area projects that we bundled together. They will be complete within the next couple of weeks. But even larger than that, our first design build project is underway right now in Salem from exit 137 to exit 141. That is also 2 projects that are bundled together for a more efficient delivery method. So looking at the pie chart, we've completed only 9% of the projects. We have 36% under construction and 55% coming up. So a lot of opportunity for contractors in the near future in Salem District. Just like Bristol, I've included the number of completed, or a list of the completed projects that are currently under construction. I was a little optimistic on this slide. I'll admit there's an error here that Troutville Rest Area, I was hoping that would be complete by the time of this presentation. That didn't happen. I forgot to move it down to projects under construction. And then upcoming projects. And you see the thing about Salem District that you can see on this slide here is there are far fewer projects, but they are generally much larger projects than what we saw in Bristol District. And then that's a continuation of the upcoming projects in Salem District. Now taking a look at Stanton District, we have 12 projects upcoming at a value of $963 million. We currently do not have any projects under construction in Stanton District, and the reason for that is we just completed the projects that we had under construction, so that's actually good news. We have 10 projects complete in Stanton District at a value of about $19.8 million. We are in procurement phase right now for a design build contract in the Stanton area from exit 221 to 225 northbound and southbound. That will be a large project that we'll be putting under the construction phase here in the near future. Again, similar to the other 2 districts, showing the completed projects, the projects under construction, unfortunately at this time none for that district, and the upcoming projects and continuation of the upcoming projects. So I'd like to wrap this up just by highlighting our website, improve81.org. If you have not visited it, I encourage you to do that. We have quite a few videos and podcasts that really help the public learn more about the projects that are happening in their community. So it is a very, very valuable resource for us, and it's kind of our one-stop shop for I-81 corridor improvement program information. So unless anybody has any questions about this, I'll turn it over to Laura to go over the
Dr.
finance
Smoot.
portion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I go out on the Civic Club speaking tour from time to time, I remind folks that as excited as we are about the I-81 improvements, that we need to keep in mind there's no gain without pain. Now, my anecdotal impression is that the pain, that is the congestion and delays and whatever, has been relatively small up to this point.
Yes, sir.
I assume that's going to get a lot worse as these big projects begin.
I would expect some degradation in performance of the interstate, but we are working very diligently to make that pain as little as possible and keep traffic flowing, especially with the use of technology.
But I do think it probably desirable that continue to alert people that there are going to be significant delays from time to time.
Yes.
As this program continues. I mean, you can't take a interstate highway and do this kind of work without having to intrude on the flow of traffic.
That is true. One of the things that's really contributing to that problem is crashes.
Yeah.
And crashes in the work zone, and we are working to try to drive that number down as best we can. In fact, in the Salem area right now, that is what we are actively doing, trying to deploy new technology to minimize the crashes. If we can minimize the crashes, generally traffic will move pretty well, but it's the human behavior part that we're struggling with. But that's part of the reason why we're doing the videos and podcasts, to remind people to slow down in the work zone, pay attention, stay in your lane, those types of safety messages.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smoot. Yes, Ms. Hines.
Do we have permission to do speed cameras and speed ticketing in work zones? Is that something
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have? Are we deploying it at this point?
We are working on a pilot to deploy that in the work zone in Salem. My understanding is that we are in procurement for a system that we can actually put in place. We would like to monitor that for 1 year to see what kind of behavioral changes occur as a result of that. So it is in the planning stages, but has not happened yet. I will say that it does require state police resources, so we will need to coordinate with it.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, the procurement of that system is actually going through state police because they are the ones with the authority to deploy. But we are working with them to deploy in a work zone on 81 as well as another site in the coming year.
So Kathy, timeframe?
In the coming year, yes. We would like to have it in place to help with these major work zones on 81.
Mr. Secretary.
Did I just understand you to say it requires a police trooper to be parked there?
No.
It
Part-
has to be part of the issuance of the ticket,
Right.
not parked.
They have to review.
But they
That-
don't have to be physically
Correct.
present at the,
That is
at
correct.
the work site. I was told that they did, so, okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Secretary, thanks, Dave. Good report. Also, I want to commend VDOT for their safety patrols. They have been very effective in the 81 corridor. On a safety note, I would point out there seems to be a high degree of variability in terms of how far the safety patrol parks from the disabled vehicle. And some are very close to the disabled vehicle, which to me raises a safety concern. Someone rears and they would go right into the safety effort. And then I have a question. Mr. Lawson and I were invited to meet with the Frederick County leadership about 81. What would be the process for us to try to reconcile what are some currently funded smart scale projects that intersect with 81 to clarify how we can advance moving these projects in the most cost-effective manner?
So
Right
that's
now,
a,
they're discrete projects, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, but they interface with each other, and the implications of one have impact on the other. If we get certain funding, then we can reduce funding in another bucket to save the state, overall to save the state money.
yes. I think the most useful tool is exactly what we've done through the Winchester area through an operational and safety analysis to help us determine what that project should look like solely from an operations and safety perspective. The funding side is the limitation there, so I don't know that I can answer that question directly, how that gets rectified through funding, but we do have documents that show, you know, what are the operational limitations if we make a project shorter, and what are the safety components of that as well. So we do have that document.
Not so much the operational has to do, you know, there's a project right now that they're talking about lowering Route 11, but then the 81 study shows that we should raise the bridge on 81, and if we raise the bridge on 81, you don't have to lower 11.
That's correct.
It saves like $25 to $30 million.
Mr. Mayor, I think allowing us to get back with the chief engineer and Laura Farmer with regard to the schedule and timing of the associated projects, whether it be on 81 or that would be near neighboring or impacting 81, would be the appropriate opportunity for us to take a step back and take a look at the entire
Bart?
It would be Bart and Laura.
Right, thank you.
Sir, just one point of clarification. Mr. Burrow, can you clarify, just repeat that one more time? I had a difficulty hearing you on that.
Yeah, well, and I asked Mr. Lawson to chime in as well, but there's an approved project to fix exit 317 by Redbud Lane. But there's also a smart scale application to put a double diamond interchange there. And one of the issues is the bridge of 81 over Route 11. And the 81 planning study shows that there's a recommendation to elevate that bridge. If the bridge gets elevated, it obviates the need to try to lower Route 11. Obviously.
Yeah.
But if you lower Route 11, then you may not have to raise the bridge, but the bridge looks like it should be raised for safety on 81.
So we do have conversations on that. What we don't want to do is have one project go in and have a negative impact on another project, or have a project that we're working on currently that will alleviate the need for to have another project. So that's taken into consideration as we do projects all up and down the 81 corridor. We've done that quite a bit in Salem District, down at the truck stop, which is one of Mr. Smoot's favorite areas. So yes, sir, we do that, and we will continue to do that. So if we have something that's that if we make a decision on one that negates the use of another, absolutely. We don't want to have a combination where we're having a negative impact from one project to another. So yes, I hope that answers
Mr.
that.
Mayor, why don't we do this offline? I mean, in general, obviously, the district engineers and others should be fully aware of whatever's happening in their area, right? Whether it's a smart scale project, a local project, whatever it is, they ought to be aware of it. And that would be the mechanism for making sure we're not doing, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. So let's make sure we're doing that. Right? Thank you. Mr. Sparks, are you?
Laura's going to talk.
Laura's going to do it. I'm sorry. Oh, we got numbers. Ms. Farmer,
Good morning.
welcome.
Thank you. I'm just
Thank you,
gonna-
Mr. Covington. Well done.
just going to be here briefly to give you an update. You might remember last month I came to give you an update during the workshop about our TIFIA process. I'll have an action item later, which further advances this program. This slide provides a view of the I-81 improvement funding since its inception beginning in fiscal year 2020. So the previous column in the table is 2020 through 2022. The fuels tax is performing as expected related to the estimate of that $78.7 million estimate in the current year. Through September, we've collected just under $18 million, or about 23% of the estimate through September. I'll also highlight the bond proceeds that were programmed and we issued last summer in the previous column, and then there's a small amount programmed in 2027. And in terms of TIFIA, we're engaged in that process actively right now to encapsulate that estimate that we put in the program previously. We'll be updating that based on actuals, but the continued debt program to deliver this suite of projects. The total through 2028 across all of these sources is just shy of $2.4 billion. I'll just remind you that these funds include what we use for debt service, and the total value of the projects to date is about 2.7. And so we need those additional years to fully develop the projects. Full delivery right now is scheduled in 2033. The fund balance in the I-81 fund is about $290 million through the end of July of this year. And I'll be happy to take any questions on this slide. Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going
Thank
to
you,
turn it
Ms.
over to
Farmer.
Mr.
Sparks.
Sparks.
Get breezy.
All right. Good morning. So as you may recall, the I-81 Multimodal Improvement Program did include some funding to expand and improve the Virginia Breeze. So in the next few slides, I'll provide an update and an overview of those improvements, as well as an update on how the surface is currently performing. So for the newer members, I'll start with just a quick overview of what the Virginia Breeze is. It is state-sponsored intercity bus service that runs 7 days a week, 365 days per year. There are currently 4 Virginia Breeze routes, each that provide meaningful connections to our rural communities in Virginia. 2 of the Virginia Breeze routes run along I-81, those being the Valley Flyer and the Highlands Rhythm service. And ticket prices are currently distance-based, so the shortest trip is $21 for passengers, and the longest trip, which runs from Bristol to Washington, D.C., is currently priced at $60. So this is just a timeline of the Virginia Breeze service along the I-81 corridor specifically. Back in September 2013, DRPT conducted a statewide intercity bus study, which identified high-level needs for intercity bus service. In December 2017, we were able to put the first Virginia Breeze service into service. That was to connect the Blacksburg area with Washington, D.C., and that route that we implemented there is now called the Valley Flyer. Fast forward to March 2020, we did an expansion study for the Virginia Breeze, specifically along I-81. This was in conjunction with the development of the I-81 Multimodal Improvement Program. And this expansion study looks specifically at any unmet needs along the I-81 corridor, specifically looking at any connections to Bristol. And then in November 2021, we were able to launch the 4th Virginia Breeze route, which is the Highlands Rhythm, which connects Bristol to Washington, D.C. So here's just an overview of the Highlands Rhythm route today. We provide 1 northbound trip and 1 southbound trip. The northbound trip leaves Bristol at 11 a.m. and arrives just before 7 p.m. in Washington, D.C. The southbound trip leaves Washington, D.C. just before 1 o'clock and arrives in Bristol at 8:30 p.m. And then here's the listing of the top performing stops along the Highlands Rhythm route. And then similar for the Valley Flyer, which was again our first Virginia Breeze route, we also have 1 trip in the morning, 1 trip northbound, 1 trip southbound. The northbound trip leaves Blacksburg at 8 a.m. and arrives in Washington, D.C. just after 2. The southbound trip departs Washington, D.C. Just after 9:30 and arrives in Blacksburg a little bit before 4 p.m. Again, you can see those top performing stops here on the slide. So in terms of Virginia Breeze performance, and this is across all the routes, this is the full data set of ridership. So you can see prior to the pandemic, we were steadily trending upward. We did discontinue service for a few months during the pandemic, so that explains the gap in those few months in 2020. And then in August 2020, we implemented the Capital Connector and Piedmont Express Virginia Breeze routes. So those are the green and yellow colored indicators on the bar chart. And then the pink purple color here is the Highlands Rhythm route, which was our 4th Virginia Breeze route and was helped paid for through the I-81 Multimodal Improvement Program. And then some additional performance indicators on this slide. In FY22, our on-time performance was 85%, and that is calculated at the stop level. For fare box recovery, which is the percentage of costs covered through fares, was 52%, which is pretty high comparing this type of service to other services around the country. In December, just a few months ago, we reached a milestone with the Virginia Breeze. We hit over 110,000 rides provided since the service's inception back in 2017. And then also of note, the last bullet here, pre-booked tickets allow us to accommodate increased ridership demand. So similar to booking airline travel, you pay for your seat. And we can see as these seats are being reserved in advance how quickly they're filling up. And we have the flexibility of providing more buses as demand increases. So a good example of that was back in December of 2019. We added 12 additional buses to the Valley Flyer route to accommodate the increased demand, which we thought was pretty impressive. And then here's a snapshot of the funding that was approved for this service as part of the I-81 Multimodal Improvement Plan. Starting with capital, the plan allocated $100,000 for Virginia Breeze bus stop improvements along the corridor. We've held off on moving forward with these improvements because we wanted to get a better picture of ridership demand at each of the stops. We wanted to at least have a full year's worth of ridership data before we implemented any of those improvements, so we're approaching that right now. And then on the operating and maintenance side, the plan allocated $243,000 for O&M. These costs do include a 15% contingency and are programmed annually for 3 years of operations per CTB IOEP policy. I also did want to point out that this funding does not cover the full cost of providing the service, specifically revenues generated through passenger fares as well as federal government revenues offset the cost of the service. And then my last slide here, to that last point, this is a snapshot of our annual revenues for both of the Virginia Breeze routes running along I-81. As you can see in the table, $243,000 from the I-81 plan accounts for only 10% of the cost to run the service. The other sources include FTA funding, which is roughly 38% of the cost to run the service. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, 52% of the costs are covered through farebox revenues. And I believe that is my last slide. And I think Mike was going to take the rail side, but I'm happy to answer any questions for Virginia Breeze.
Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Dodson.
how many buses altogether do you have?
So we have 4 routes, and each route has a northbound and a southbound. And so each day if we don't have increased demand, the lowest level is 8 buses each day.
What part of the district do you go to?
I'm sorry.
Washington, D.C.
Oh, no, it's in D.C., but what?
Oh,
where in
Union
DC?
Station is
Union
where we
Station, okay,
stop.
thanks.
Anyone else? Mr. Kasparitz.
Yeah, that's an impressive,
Okay, good.
impressive fare box recovery revenue, 52%. Are there any route expansions on the existing 4 planned? Are we at capacity in any of those? Are we looking?
We looked at expanding potentially to a 5th route, which would actually connect this region to Washington, D.C. Along 17. We did not at this point see the demand to warrant that expansion, but we're certainly keeping an eye on that, and we might revisit that at another time.
I just know it's very low dollars to transport 110,000 people, and a 52% fare box recovery is impressive.
Yeah, I should also point out the Valley Flyer route, which again is that original route, the fare box recovery is over 80%. So on those other routes, and actually the Highlands Rhythm does pretty well too, but the Capital Connector and the Piedmont Express routes, those see more of like a 20 to 30% fare box recovery. And in our estimates, the 5th expansion route would have been less than 20%. So that's why we decided now's not the right time.
It's a great service at low dollars.
Fantastic service.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
As a new member, I just have a question. The Virginia Breeze, that's something that I hadn't seen before, but is this public or private or a combination?
This is public service. It is intercity bus service, so it's similar to Greyhound,
Okay.
but here in Virginia, we have a federally funded program where DRPT administers, and we call it the Virginia Breeze.
Okay, so it is part of the VDOT oversight?
RPT.
DRPT. So this
DRPT,
is,
right.
this is our state-supported intercity bus program,
Okay.
where we contract with a private provider, which gives us a lot of flexibility. To Mr. Dodson's point, we can have 8 buses run a day, or we can have 20 buses run a day. It depends on the demand. And so we manage the system very effectively so that we can meet that demand. But it's a good public-private partnership.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Grant. Well done. Mike?
Hi, my name is Michael McLaughlin. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. My slides may have been cut, but I'll be brief. I'm here to talk about. I don't know if that was a sign. Maybe you needed to leave right now.
Your Bears did good last night. So
The Bears did well, so yeah.
Perfect presentation.
Perfect presentation. I should just walk away right now then. But I'm here to give as part of a multimodal update on I-81, I'm here to give the passenger rail update. Since my executive director, DJ Stadler, and I were before you this time last year, and since I was before some of you at the I-81 committee meeting in July, we have some good news to announce. We at the time we spoke to you last year, we were in the midst of negotiations with Norfolk Southern to add a second state-supported Amtrak train on the what we call the Roanoke route, from Roanoke to Washington, D.C., that goes on to the Northeast Corridor. We negotiated a second train on that route because ridership, actually in 2019, hit record highs on that route, one of the best routes in the country from cost-benefit analysis. So we added a second train starting July 11th. We also negotiated an extension of that train, and the original train to New River Valley. We have to do some infrastructure improvements, though, to get there. We'll plan on getting there in 2026. If not, I think Mr. Smoot might have my head on a, yeah, exactly.
Watching you.
Yeah. So some brief updates. I'm going to try to wing it a little bit. I do want to thank the CTB because we would not have gotten here without y'all. In addition to $100 million from the I-81 fund, also $50 million in a smart scale application supported by the CTB was vital to about $300 million worth of improvements. We also received $83 million from the state legislature and also using some Commonwealth rail funds for the extension to the New River Valley and for other improvements. The improvements include, there's 4 major improvements. One is the Nokesville to Calverton area. There's 7 miles of improvements. That's south of Manassas, north of Culpeper, that fill in what will now be a 22-mile double track area. There's only a single track in that area. So that'll help the trains that come up from Culpeper, from Roanoke, and also the long-distance trains, the Cardinal and the Crescent trains as well. Also, improvements in the Roanoke yard. For those who are familiar with the Roanoke station, the train comes to the Roanoke station, and to get to New River Valley, it needs to go through the Roanoke yard, which is a massive yard. I think some of you have seen it or been near there. It's a massive yard. So we need to make improvements to the Roanoke yard, $36 million worth that Norfolk Southern is going to make. Norfolk Southern will make those improvements because it's their track to get us a bypass through the yard so we can get New River Valley in a timely manner. We're also making improvements in something called the Virginia line. We purchased 28 miles of track from Salem to New River Valley. On a secondary line Norfolk Southern owns, they own a main line that's closer to I-81. They own the Virginia line, about 10 miles north of that travels from Salem to New River Valley. We're making improvements on that, including tunnel improvements. And the last improvement will be the station in New River Valley itself. We've had a planning process that kicked off last winter, worked with people like Mr. Smoot and others and local stakeholders to determine where the best location for the station will be, and we determined that would be at the New River Valley Mall, which is the same location we held the announcement to announce this agreement in May of 2021. So we're working on that. That will be that does need a new route though from the Virginia line south to the mall. So that would be an adventure for us to get the Virginia line down to the mall. But it's the best place for the station to be. There's currently transit at the mall, and there's a Huckleberry Trail, which is a very popular trail. Always people on the trail that connects Blacksburg and Christiansburg. And the mall is also right between Blacksburg and Christiansburg. If you were to put a dot in the middle of the New River Valley, it would be at the New River Valley Mall. So we're excited about that, as I said, adventure to get to the mall and to bring the 2 round trips to the New River Valley. So with that, I should have stopped before I started, as you all said, but happy to answer any questions you may have. I should also
Mr.
note
Casper.
that we have, in addition to record ridership in 2019, we broke that record ridership on Amtrak across the state and on the Roanoke route before we even instituted the second train in July. So Amtrak ridership is back, record ridership ever, even compared to the pre-pandemic. So it shows that people want to get out and get on the rails.
Another question, Mike, just to thank you for the excellent tour that we had. 6 board members made the tour down the corridor yesterday from Washington Union Station to Norfolk. It was a great trip. We learned a lot. We saw our investments and the money that we spent to improve that corridor. It was very, very informative for those of us that attended. So thank you for setting that up. Greatly
thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Secretary, I was going to ask one question.
Dodson.
It's in Christiansburg, right? It's in the town of Christiansburg.
It's in town of Christiansburg, but it's in northern part. It's
So
on the
would it be called the Christiansburg route?
That's a good question.
River Valley.
I just
River
kidding.
Valley.
You know how it is in Montgomery County.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, along
Dr.
Bert's
Smoot.
comment there, I must say that we have 8 local governments and 2 universities who come together to form the Station Authority. So it's not just Montgomery County or Christiansburg and Blacksburg, it's also Pulaski County, Giles County. Floyd is not in it because much of that's closer to the Roanoke station, but Virginia Tech, Radford University, and they all are going to assume through the authority the responsibility for making sure we have a station.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Smoot, for your leadership there. All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is Smart Scale presentation. Ms. Jackson. Mr. Lawson.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I wanted to make just a few opening comments before I turn over to Brooke to talk about Smart Scale. We are in Smart Scale season. Brooke is going to bring to you today just a little overview of the process. I know it's first time through for many of you. We're talking about the applications that were submitted this cycle, as well as we'll be back next in December for another update, and then all leading up to the presentation of the staff recommended scenario in January. As we go through this, I know everybody will be wondering, how much money is available for this round, and for many reasons, it's to be determined. First and foremost, we won't get a revenue estimate to work off of until the governor releases his budget in December. So the funding level at this point is very preliminary. And then second is the comments, the presentation from earlier today is, we are struggling a little bit trying to get a handle on where costs are going and how much of the funding that is available will be needed to cover existing projects, existing programs before we determine how much is available for new starts. So I just wanted to kind of, set that stage as I turn over to Brooke, and then I'll come back at the very end and with some final comments.
You, Mr. Lawson. Ms. Jackson.
Hello, thank you for
Morning.
having me, Secretary Miller, members of the board. I am going to do a little overview of Smart Scale before I get started. Smart Scale was a product of the 2014 Virginia Acts of Assembly and a required prioritization process for projects funded by the CTB to be developed and implemented. The law is written there, but in Smart Scale, we look at benefits relating to safety, congestion, accessibility, land use, environment, and economic development. It's also important to remember that Smart Scale is a decision support tool. We prioritize and go through the funding allocation process with you in January, and we will give a Smart Scale score and rank that by district and statewide. But any project that is funded, that is eligible, meets a need, and is ready can be funded by you all, and that process happens between January and June of the adoption of the SIP. The CTB considers these scores in determining what to fund. The applicants is important to remember as a part of Smart Scale that they are MPOs, transit agencies, transit organizations, localities, cities, counties. There are also 2 applications reserved for the CTB members to, if they choose to utilize that, and we're hoping that you will implement that in December, and that would be when the resolution would have to be in place for us to score the project. Applicants can bring $0 to the table, which is very unique to Smart Scale. They can also leverage dollars as well, and we encourage that, and we get more out of state taxpayers' dollars when they do leverage that. But it isn't a requirement of Smart Scale. It is a part of the denominator, what we call the Smart Scale request, which is the money that the applicant is asking for, not the total cost of the project. We evaluate multimodal projects. We expect that a lot of projects have different components, like highway components, bike ped components, transit components, park and ride. And it's a capital improvements program, not a maintenance program. We do have maintenance components, and it makes sense to overlap some maintenance items, but it needs to be a minimal cost of the project and focus on the capital improvements. We do fully fund Smart Scale projects as per Smart Scale policy. Smart Scale dollars are typically the last dollars that go on a project, as required by law, that we fully fund on a 2-year cycle. So this is our 5th year. We're calling this fiscal year 2024, and it's our 5th round. And on the 6th year of the SIP is when each cohort is funded. Our role as the state is support the applicants. We help them through the planning process, the application process. There's programs like the pipeline program. Chad Tucker has come here to present on that kickoff of that program that helps prepare for readiness into Smart Scale. The STARS program that's led by the planning division of VDOT. Those programs really do help these projects become ready and eligible for the Smart Scale process. So our timeline and overview of where we're going with Smart Scale, we kicked off this active round of Smart Scale in March, which with the pre-application, which is a required step for applicants. We had 486 pre-applications applied for in March. At that time, we're evaluating the projects. They're giving us the basic information, but also understanding that they're finishing up any kind of big planning studies like STARS and SMART and pipeline. They're finishing up during that process. So we're letting them know, do you meet a V-Trans need? Are you on track for readiness? And are you eligible at the time of your pre-application? So we give them that feedback by June. So we're evaluating that between April and May. At that time, it was determined that 6 applications did not meet a V-Trans need. So only 480 applications moved forward to the next process, which is the full application process. At the full application, which is occurring June and July, they are finalizing all studies and working with the state to get their applications in final shape for submission on August 1st. August 1st, we had 411 applications submitted. This does not include the 2 placeholder applications that we have reserved for the CTB's projects if they choose to utilize those. And we are currently in this screening process still. We should have our screening decisions wrapped up here shortly. But we're making sure that projects are meeting readiness and eligibility and that need at that point, and giving the applicants time to adjust based on our pre-application feedback. We're also kicking off our benefit scoring at the same time, so we have a bunch of staff on site helping us with scoring for all of those measures I mentioned in the beginning slides, and that is actively occurring until December. We're still, like I said, not sure how many will finally screen in, but I will have a slide about that moving forward. I will be back in December to go over those screening decisions and have the resolution for the proposed CTB projects at that time, so that we have time to score it for the January presentation where we release the Smart Scale scores. So the screening decisions, which are guided by Smart Scale policy, we put in the different categories of why projects would screen out due to Smart Scale policy. Application withdrawn, that is if the applicant decides they do not want to move forward with the process, whether or not they've decided they couldn't finish a study to get to the point of readiness, or if they didn't get the political support that they needed for a resolution of support, they might withdraw the application. If it does not meet a V-Trans need, which we think most of those are already captured at the pre-application process at this point. Project readiness, making sure that all of the concurrences gotten from state and federal staff making sure they're on board with those study results so that we know that the project scope is going to be set and that it's not going to be changing a lot throughout the process. And then project eligibility, some examples of that are listed below. A standalone study is not allowed, or plan sets. We do have to go by the policy in the state law that a fully funded project is required in Smart Scale. In-kind repair, the maintenance type projects, again, if they're 50 to 70% maintenance, we do not allow that to move forward as part of the policy. And an entity must wait 2 rounds if they are applying for a Smart Scale project in the same location, meeting the same need as a previously funded project. So you have to wait 2 rounds post-construction. And we're coming up on that time where we can see projects be reapplied for. I think next round there might be a solid chance of some applications making it 2 rounds past construction. We have a good cohort of projects that are on the ground and fully constructed at this point. Our pre-application decisions are listed there by each district. 6 applications were screened out at this point, and it is a much lower number than we've had in previous rounds. Round over round, the applicants continue to utilize Interact VTrans, which is a geolocated website that shows you where your VTrans need is and what you can select. So there's an active map that people can use to help determine where their needs are, and that has really helped reduce the screen outs for not meeting a VTrans need. And a lot of the applicants are strengthening their support between the districts, and the relationships are strengthened through working together through Smart Scale. This round, a quick snapshot of what we have. It's important to note that these numbers were just as of submission, August 2nd, 2022. These numbers can be changing. Internal staff is validating estimates at this point. And again, the CTB applications aren't considered in these numbers yet, where we do not know what those totals will be at this point. But $7.6 billion of funding was requested, with $1.72 billion in other funding leveraged this round of Smart Scale. $18.6 million was the average request, and again, that was 411 applications, making up that total. So in your packets or on the drive, and also posted on the CTB website, it's not there right now, but it will be by the end of the day, we have listed out every application that applicants applied for. Those numbers that you see were at application. They could fluctuate up or down from what you've seen based on the validation that happens at central office. And they will also be posted on the Smart Scale website. If you have any questions, please let us know about an application in your district or of interest.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Just I see some of my colleagues are a little anxious about
They got you
Richmond's
all-
number.
I was gonna wait for that, Mr.
Would
Brown.
that include, would the Richmond number there include 64?
It includes the smaller 64 project that I think it's
One project.
205 to 211.
Which would be approximately how much of that value?
I think it's 250 million, give or
Okay.
take.
Okay.
I was gonna give you
Unless
credit
someone
in a
else
minute.
wants to chime in on that.
Just-
It's
just
somewhere
hold
between
on.
200 and 250. is
Mr.
what I
Stanton,
remember.
Mr. Merrill beating up on him in the corner, and he needed some help.
So was Scott.
But
That
it-
exceeds in Northern Virginia, it's pretty close.
Mr. Chairman,
I think you've gotten your fair share.
Go, Ms. Sellers.
When you show this chart, how many of these districts have some sort of taxing authority or some sort of revenue generation authority compared to other districts?
So the omnibus bill was enacted in 2018, and that helped to supplement pretty much every district that did not have a regional authority in place.
Right, so my question is
They don't compete against one another.
They don't compete against one another at all?
Not in the district pool,
Right.
but in the high priority pool, they do.
Right, it would be helpful to highlight some of that, though, because some of these, so, when you look at this and you see that Northern Virginia, Richmond, Hampton Roads are able to offset some of the costs, then you look at some of the other districts that are not. If we put in there that some folks do have a taxing authority, it might add some context to it, so it doesn't just look like,
I think it's important to, go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Mr. Secretary, that you're correct that there's there are some jurisdictions here that have that regional tax that they are able to control and put toward projects. But the districts that don't have that are still getting the fuel tax revenue that is included and provided as part of their district grant funding. So when we come to you in December, we'll lay out and show you all the funding that's being provided in the categories that it's provided in. So yeah, it is different, I agree, but they are getting the funding in a different way.
Okay. Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
Just a tiny bit of context. So this gas tax revenue delta that they just referred to that was added for most districts, Northern Virginia's been getting that since the beginning of the creation of Metro. And that gas tax revenue in Northern Virginia goes entirely to fund Metro. So we don't see that in our local construction projects at all. It's funding our transit. So it's complicated. Everybody has access to those dollars, but in our case, in my region, those dollars are never seen in our construction program at all.
Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Additionally, it is broken up by the principal improvement type, the summary table of the request by, again, the principal improvement type, which identifies what is the largest majority of the project. As I was mentioning in the beginning, we have multimodal projects. This bike impediment project that's primary bike imped could have transit components on it and could even have highway components. It's just the majority of the project is tagged as that. This slide shows a summary round over round of smart scale funding that has been provided as a snapshot and what number of projects we were able to fund with the funding available. Round one, it was notable that we had the most money and the fewest number of applications that were scored, 287 applications. That's when smart scale was really exciting. And then round two, we had 400 applications, 404 applications scored, so a significant jump in applications. And we actually were boosted, that 1.03 billion was boosted by I-66 dollars that round, so 300 million went back into that pot. So the typical amount was less, $300 million less, which we saw in round three, when I think folks thought smart scale was a lot less fun, where we had 433 applications applied for and 0.86 billion available for funding. So the omnibus bill that I was mentioning before, that got enacted in between rounds 3 and 4, and that is now our current funding ability at $1.4 billion, and give or take, and I think John, when he opened up, we're not sure what that number is going to be for this round, but it is typically going to be around that number moving forward due to the gas tax bill that was put in place at that point. And we're going to continue, at this point, we're finishing up our screening decisions and we're continuing to do the scoring of these projects at this point. We'll do that through December and come to you in January with those results. And we will release the results to you all at the same time that we do the public. We put them up on the CTB website at the same time, so it'll all be released, and the legislature also gets the scores and the scorecards at that same time in January. At that point, you will begin considering these projects for implementation into the 6-year improvement program. We'll be back in December to go over those screening decisions and to adopt the CTB projects for scoring. And that is all. Thank you.
Mr. Lawson.
Yeah. Thank you, Brooke. As you heard her mention, and I mentioned at the beginning here, there is an opportunity for the CTB to submit 2 projects of their own choosing for consideration in smart scale. The 2 projects we're looking to develop for your consideration in December is the 64 Gap project, which I think we've talked significantly about, to closing that 29-mile gap between Bottoms Bridge and Lightfoot. That's about a $750 million project. There's $470 million from the General Assembly, and general fund dollars has been contributed toward that project. CVTA is bringing $100 million to the table, and we've got a pending grant request in with Federal Highway that we should know the results of before we meet in December. So that project is the first one we want to bring before you. The second project we want to bring before
And
you is
Mr.
on the-
Lawson?
Yes, sir.
And we're hopeful we're gonna get some money, Mr. Stant and Mr. Coleman, a substantial, help from HR TAC. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
A third of the gap is in Hampton Roads District.
And I would say this, just as a practical matter, from my perspective as a Hampton Roads guy who's lived here my entire life. We've talked about being in a cul-de-sac in Hampton Roads for 40 years. And perhaps that's the right phrase and perhaps it's not. The reality is the gap probably has more impact on Hampton Roads than any other part of the Commonwealth, and more impact on the port and more impact on commerce that relates to things going on here. And so in my view, we've got as big an interest as anybody in the Commonwealth to make sure that thing gets resolved. And so that's the way I see it. Mr. Lawson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. The second project we're considering to bring to you is on the I-81 corridor. Back in the spring, I think you've probably heard a lot about some of the widening efforts happening in the western part or southern part of I-81. What we are looking at, there was a project, it's a southbound widening project between mile markers 137 and 128. It's a widening that would be 2 to 3 lanes. We currently have a project to widen northbound in the same segment. So this would be the southbound equivalent. It's the only segment between Christiansburg and Troutville that hasn't been or planned to be widened. So that's another segment that we'd like to consider for small scale. It is a big project. It's somewhere in the 270 plus or minus $1 million range. But we're going to move forward and put together an application for your consideration in December.
Let me say one other thing. I think we need to be thoughtful about and not overreact, but be thoughtful about. When we look at the applications that have come in, the summary of the full applications that have come in, and we go to slide 10 that shows the principal improvement type. I was struck when I first saw this, smart scale is about, and the transportation secretary is primarily about moving folks, right? Flow of people and goods throughout the Commonwealth to the betterment of all its citizens. And obviously it's a tough, we face lots of tough problems. I mean, we heard from Ms. Seidel that the economy is making it worse for us to get things done, and different parts of the Commonwealth, we face different challenges. In Southwest, they face more of an economic development challenge than some other places. And in the rural, in the urban areas in Northern Virginia particularly, but also along the Crescent, we face a lot of congestion and trying to get from one place to the other. When I look at these projects and the principal improvement types, I see that 25% of the projects that are submitted are bike ped, and 12% of the money. If a bike ped project brings congestion relief and transportation, then I think it sort of fits at the highest level of what we're trying to accomplish here. If it is more about, particularly in the bike arena, if it's more about sort of quality of life and the amount of people that it serves, or a ped for that matter, the amount of people it serves is relatively small, I think we need to be thoughtful about how we spend our money. And one thing that I push for, and will push for, or will enact in the next round, is we're going to look at usage. Because right now we don't look at usage on bike ped. There's no usage factor, 0. Right? We score them. Doesn't matter how many people are going to use them. Not part of the scoring. To me, that's like, we look at trains, we look at buses, we look at highways. Everything else we look at is what's the return on investment? How much usage are we going to get? And it's different in different parts of the country, different parts of the Commonwealth. I know in Northern Virginia, bike ped has a lot more transportation usage than it does in other places. But that's the point. So I would be more, if I was voting, and I don't vote on this board unless there's a tie, but if I was voting, I'd be voting for projects that bring me the best bang for the buck. And so if I get good usage and good impact, I want to do that. If I don't, to my goal in transportation, my goal is congestion, economic development, and other things, then I'm not sure why I'm doing that. And so I want to measure it, and I want to make some sense of it and see what the really return on the investment is. And this just sort of brings it to the head for me when you see that 25% of all the projects in the Commonwealth that have been submitted are for bike ped. And there's no usage information, none, right, in the scoring process. That to me is just not okay. Now, having said that, it's I won't say it's only 12%, but it's 12% of the money, 25% of the projects. That's a lot of dough. And I just think we need to be very thoughtful about that as we move forward. And as you know, if you know me, while I've been harping on this, I'm a believer in bike ped. I'm just a believer in bike ped when it's utilized. And I'm not a believer in it if it's not utilized. It's pretty simple for me. So you're going to see more emphasis on that coming from my organization, and I just think it's a reasonable way to look at it. What's the usage going to be? What's the return on the investment? What's the cost-benefit analysis? And that's how we're going to look at it, at least at the Secretariat level, and hopefully at the CTB as well. Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I do agree that we should measure congestion on every mode that we encounter. We should measure person throughput and person hours of delay. I think that's important. The other thing I would say about bike ped is that sometimes these projects are seriously about safety. Seriously about safety. And your point that, safety for 1,000 people is different than safety for 100 people can be well taken. On the other hand, unless you're the 100. That's exactly right. And so I think we have to keep that in mind. These are the vulnerable youths that we've been talking about, where we do need to focus. And sometimes they are the folks with the least resources who are riding bikes and walking because they have no other choices.
Sure.
So I just add that as a.
Well, we need to be thoughtful.
We need to be careful.
It's not one-dimensional. Understand.
As
Great-
the Secretary
great
to add
what you
on to that, that's really up to the district reps too. Obviously, there's more demand for bike usage in Northern Virginia than is in our Lynchburg district. But I think what happens, each person's got to recognize in their particular area what the need is, and obviously what the highest appointments, the importance is.
Well, we have that same issue, Ms. Hines knows, where safety is the first job at VDOT, right? We talk about it all the time. Safety is the first thing we think about. And so whether it's car safety or bus safety or rail safety or ped safety or whatever, my bike safety, it's all important. And so we want to do those things, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. But there's limited safety dollars too. We make those decisions every day. Where does the best bang for the buck go to do that? We see that in all sorts of funding we do. So I mean, I agree with you. We need to be broad thinkers. We need to be thoughtful. And again, I don't think we just say, well, it's not congestion, so it doesn't work. I'm not suggesting that.
Secretary.
But I think we need to be careful. Yes, Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Lawson, thank you. How did you determine which project to recommend for the CTB for consideration? Because I know there's tremendous amount of interest.
I'm sorry. I was thinking you were asking about the staff recommendation.
Tremendous amount of interest on expanding some of the 81 projects in the Stanton district. I'm just curious how you chose. I mean, I understand the GAP project, because I agree with the Secretary that fixing that, I think, is a high priority for the Commonwealth. But just as you came up with your second recommendation down in Bristol, just curious how that was selected based upon other projects that could have been considered.
I mean, we had, you get ready to speak, but internal discussion about projects that were, kind of rising to the top of need, and given the level of discussion that project received, we're already doing the widening northbound. It made a lot of sense to try to mirror it up and widen the southbound segment at the same time.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, I'd say that, as John said, we're going to be widening in the northbound direction already. there's an economy of scale and mobilization cost to be able to couple those two projects together to be able to create a much more efficient project and not have two mobilizations, two costs to the contractors, two impacts to the community. We can do that in a single project, and there's value back to it. Be able to advance
So we
both of
think
them
it's
at the same
efficient.
time.
I think it's efficient. We also think, I think in this administration, Mr. Merrill, and we've talked a lot about this recently, is, you know, like, what is the fix for 81, right? We originally looked at a bunch of projects that cost over $4 billion. We said, we don't have $4 billion, we got $2 billion, maybe, right? So we selected the projects that had the most impact at $2 billion. That, quote, fixed the problem, if you will. And the answer is somewhat. So as we move forward, I think certainly the administration and my secretariat wants to see how we can move closer to fixing the problem on 81. It's a huge, important corridor. It's back to the safety point. There's lots of safety issues there, and we've worked diligently on the safety on that corridor. I think it's screaming for additional help, right? And so it's a bit of a priority for us to look to see how we can make that corridor better. And it just improves all of Virginia, in our view. And then the efficiency piece kicks into that. And so we know we're underfunded. We're underfunded. We could probably make that case anywhere. But we know we're underfunded on that. We know we sort of had what we had and we spent what we could spend. But we know it's not enough. So how do we get some more in there and make a bigger impact? And it looked like it made sense because of the efficiencies that the commissioners spoke about and because of the impact it'll have, both on safety and throughput. So that's what we'll be. And you know, the board can do what the board wants to do. That's the beauty of the board. Yes, sir, Ms. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, kind of following up on our other comments and Mr. Merrill's comments, perhaps we ought to have some offline comments about directing where that goes, because the northern part of the Shenandoah Valley has a massive concentration of industry, and it's unique. And we want to try to facilitate that. And one of the elements that I love is the economic benefit of smart scale. So I think you mentioned it on something else. Perhaps we have some offline meetings involving some
Always.
of us that live in the valley, and we can get down to it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Should always be doing that.
Yes, sir.
Encourage it. Dr. Smoot? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregg, comprehensive review update. Been waiting all morning for this.
I know you have,
Where
and
have
here
you
I
been?
stand between you and lunch, so it's,
Maybe not. We're on a roll. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Well
Keep it
done.
going.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson.
So the last couple months, last couple meetings, I've kind of given you an overview of the comprehensive review and what that was all about, why we did it. So here in a minute, as soon as it comes up, I want to go through and give you a report out. Our commitment was that each year we'd give you a report on where we stand with those metrics that you established and the targets that you established for us to work on. So that's what I'm here today to do. And again, those include our pavements, our bridges, special structures, and the routine maintenance work that we do. So first of all, let's talk about pavements. And just a quick review, these are the targets that you approved, and these are the targets that I'll be reporting out to you today. So the first one is interstate pavements. And just a quick review, this green bar is a projected investment that we needed to achieve and sustain that proposed target of 82% for our interstate system. So the straight line, horizontal line is a target. And the blue line is the actual expenditure, the actual work, and the green line was the target. So as you can see on the interstate system for our pavements, our target at this point for 2022, FY22 was 88%, and we're on target for our pavements on the interstate system. So for our primary system, same. If you'll remember, we broke that out into two. Those routes that have an average daily traffic volume of over 3,500 vehicles per day and under. 82% for those above the 3,500, and 75% for those that are below that 3,500. So different targets. So for the higher target, those routes that have a higher traffic volume, the target was 84%, and the actual is 85%. So we're a little bit above that target, but we're tracking within 1%. So I guess at this point, I should say that we're not going to stay on that line 100% of the time. So we'll be over and under, but it should be a reasonable percentage that we should be tracking pretty close to that line as we go forward. So again, on the routes that have a 75% target, our target for FY22 was 81%, and we're tracking it just a little bit above that at 82%. So as you know, I should have said on the first one that the green bars that you see coming up from the bottom are our investment in that system, and the blue bars are our actual investment. So you kind of looking at two things on these graphs as we go forward. So the secondary system, I'm sorry Ms. Hines not here, that's probably the one closest and dearest to her heart there in Nova, which, or we'll move right along then.
Yeah. Next slide.
Next slide. Right. The same here. Again, we broke those secondary routes out. Your idea was that if it's have traffic volumes, we should maintain that 82% on those higher volume routes. And on a secondary system, we have a little bit of a climb to get up to 82% from our original 60%. So for FY22, our target was 69%, and we're tracking a little above that at 71%. So for the routes that are below 3,500, the goal was 60%, and we're holding steady at 60% on those routes. So that's the report out for the pavements, and I'll stop there to see if there are any questions before I move on to structure. Well, let me.
Till you see a hand, keep going.
Okay.
Dr. Smoot.
Quickly, on the interstate pavement, what portion of that does the state pay for?
It's a combination of federal money and state money.
And approximately what combination?
I don't know that. I don't know.
John.
It's a combination of state of good repair, state maintenance money, and federal money. So
I'll get you an answer.
I can get you an answer for that.
Fine, thank you.
Ms. Hines is back.
Okay, glad we finished the secondaries. We'll move on. So I just wanted to give you a report out of on our expenditures for contract values on our pavements, especially for 2022. The comprehensive review was passed in 2019, December 2019. Our paving schedules are put together in the fall, and we start advertising our thin treatments in October, November, plant mix in December and January, and some stretch into February. But when that was done, our budget for 20 had already been set at 435. So in 2021, we moved to the target that you had set, that we had established to maintain that target of 463 million. For 2022, we're analyzing that. We originally set the 463 million as the amount that we put in there, but with their fuel and asphalt adjustments, that's going to go over that amount, and we're monitoring that, and we'll keep on that. That's part that we set aside. If you remember, you set aside some to pay for those, and that's where that is. Our estimated value for 2023 to do the paving, to meet those targets, all of those schedules have been submitted, and we're looking at about 537 million to meet those targets. So you can see the escalation in prices to meet those targets. Just to kind of give you an overview on where we are with that. So on our structures, again, just a quick review of the targets that you set. General condition ratings, greater than 5.6%. And as you can see on the interstate, 97%, 93 on the primary, and 90 on our secondaries were the targets that you set. So here's a report out. Combined all three networks, our target was 96% for the third year, or 2022, and we're tracking at about 97%. Same, we're just a tenth of a decimal place off on their on a general condition ratings. Target was 6.2, and we're holding around at 6.3. So pretty close on a combined. But breaking them out individually, you can see for the interstate, and I apologize. Normally, I just round these up to the nearest whole number, but you know, when we're dealing with bridge guys, we have to be a little bit more specific on these. So, but our target was 98.8% for FY22, and we're in at 99.4. So we're tracking right close to the targets for our bridges, and right on target for our general condition rating for our interstate systems. For our primary system, the same thing. We're just a percentage off on our sufficiency, percent sufficient on the interstate system, and tracking just a little above on the general condition ratings as well on our primary system. On our secondary system for our structures, target was 95% for 22, and we're tracking at 96 actual and 6.5 actual on our general condition ratings compared to a target of 6.3 on our secondaries. So those are our targets on our structures. And before I move into the routine maintenance, I'll stop there to see if any questions on our bridges.
Mr. Kasparitz.
It's just a comment, especially for our new board members who haven't been part of this process. The precision with which we're tracking this and the plan associated with this is dramatically different than when I joined this board. It's very gratifying to see this. Thank you. Good presentation. It's interesting to see how you're continuing to narrow in on that target range, but it's a very cost-effective way of maintaining our infrastructure and spending our dollars. Well done.
We have a very good established method for our payments and bridges. As we discussed before, our routine maintenance was one that we started back when we did the comprehensive plan, because we didn't have we had a method of tracking it, but it was a little bit all over the place. And so the last 2 years, we've been working on a routine maintenance. We established those targets for 2019 as part of it, based on some best practices that we came up with, some of our own, some from other states that used it, trying to come up with the best way to do that. As you can see, the targets and the items in blue of the last 2 fiscal years, 2021 we reported out last year, and 2022 are frequencies for this past year. And the last column is just an indication of whether we're continuing to track from one year to the next, basically the same, or whether we're up or down on those targets. And I can go through each one of them with you, or you can ask questions about them if you want. Many of these are dependent on weather, and so they may be up one year and down the next due to the amount of rain you get or the amount of snow we get that keeps us doing snow activities rather than other activities. But I'll be glad as you look across these and see these trends to answer any questions that you may have on those.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Ms. Hines.
Kevin, I'm pretty interested in the unpaved roads area. I know it sounds funny coming from Northern Virginia, but we do have the largest number of unpaved roads, I believe the most lane miles of unpaved roads in Northern Virginia of any district. And I totally understand what you mean when you say sometimes it's about weather, because a lot of heavy rainfall really messes with, did you say I was gonna do this before I left the room? That's why everybody's laughing? Oh, okay.
For all private driveways.
Oh, okay, so sorry. So anyway, I guess what I'm wondering is, we've got this best practice over here of 4 times, and we have 2 years where we were considerably above that. And I know that we have been doing some demonstration projects in Northern Virginia that are looking to try to extend the durability of the treatment that we use. I guess I'm just wondering whether there's a way for us to take a different look at this. Maybe 4 times isn't the right frequency. Maybe we need to look at what the dollar amount is in order to do this potentially more durable treatment, which is more time intensive. But I guess I'm really asking for a dive here to see if we've got the right frequency and if we've got the enough dollars to support the more durable treatment, which might let us need less frequency than what we're seeing today.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's a great question, and we can really take that question and apply it to each one of these, because that's what we're in the process of doing now. Is we've got 2 years of data. We need to go back and look and see if these targets we established are appropriate in the first place, and if there are ways, what other methods we have of doing this work, and also if we need to establish different targets going forward. And are there other items that we're not doing that we should be doing?
You're getting to my second question.
Yeah. So, there are also items that we do not concentrate on, and many cases don't work on unless something happens to it. And so, should we be looking at those? And if we are, what is the cost for doing that along with this? Because our payments are first. We look at our structures, and we have snow. We set aside money for emergencies. The pot that's left is small compared to the rest of it, and that's where this routine maintenance falls. And so, these are the items that we chose as a group back in 2019, but are there other items that we need to be looking at? And if so, what does that cost, along with setting better targets here? So we're in the process of doing just that, so that we can come back to you next year and say, we recommend these targets to be changed, and these are some other items that we think need to be worked on that are not, and this is how much that would cost.
Well, I would like to add sound walls.
Sound walls
to
is
the
definitely
list.
on the list, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hines.
Continue on.
Thank you, sir, please.
Next is special structures. First of all, we promised that we would create a unique health index for these special structures, and we presented that last year for our tunnels and movable bridges. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the complex structures today, and talk about the 1-year progress on those special structures from last year when we set that health index. So the first one, the movable bridges health index. The top chart is the one that we set for you last year, or where we were. That's the baseline of 2021. Chart below it is the report for 2022. As things change from green to yellow is kind of the normal trend from good to fair, fair to good, back and forth. You will notice that there's a reduction in the poor bridges from 31%, or 11 of those, to 28%, and that the number of severe, which is just a 1, has stayed the same. However, I would anticipate that next time that one would change. That's Gwynns Island, and there's currently a contract ongoing to make necessary repairs there to get that back into the.
You would imagine, or you know.
There is a contract. It's
It will not
underway
be
now
severe.
to do that work. Yes, sir.
It will be green.
So that's for the movable bridges, That's the report from the baseline from 2021 to 2022. If you remember last time, we gave you a 10-year projection, was the second chart. Going forward, we'll base it on the baseline for 21 and give you the update for each year as we go forward. Next is the same type of information. This is for the tunnels. The top chart is the baseline for tunnels that we established last year. And the bottom one is the report for this year. If you'll see the arrows in there, we tried to, because they're hard to take a quick look at that and see the differences. You can see the arrows either up or down. But you can see that the number of poor went from 13% to 10, or from 4 to 3 on their elements there, and the number of severe is still 0 for our tunnels. So as we continue to do work there, but the good news is that we have reduced the number of poor on those from last year to this year. Questions? Okay. Special structures, complex structures. This is the third leg of that for our special structures. This is a health index. Our recommendation on this is that we use the same 3 components we do for our normal bridges. These are mostly normal bridges, except that they're just bigger or more complex. The example you see here in this picture is Verona E9. You may have some over in West Point, Lower Delaware, and those bridges over there together. So those are the type of bridges that you would see on here. You see the elements, the same methodology that we use for conventional bridges. And so going forward, you'll see the top chart again is a baseline for 22, where each one of those structures are, and you can see the list of them, the list on the left side there. Again, the lower chart is our 10-year projection of our health index based on our 50-year plan for special structures that you approved last year. Based on that plan, this is our 10-year projection.
I think it warrants something to say here, because we talk about it. I talk about it more than most of y'all do, but what this really doesn't take into consideration is sort of the design, if you will. And what I mean by that is when you look at the Norris Bridge, which gets a lot of attention from folks on the Northern Neck and the Middle Peninsula, and there's a fellow who emails about it all the time, which is great. I mean, I'm not complaining. But the reality, and I've got a little sign in my office. It's on a piece of my credenza that shows a picture, and the picture, if you saw it, would scare you a little bit. And it may not be, it may be a little bit of an illusion going on there, but it shows 2 trucks passing side by side on the Norris Bridge. And there's not very much space between them at all, right? And they're right up against the edge on the outside. And you sort of look at that, and if you're familiar with that bridge, which I'm quite familiar because it was created on I call it my birthday bridge, because it was finished in 1957, but the railings are pretty low, relatively speaking, in terms of your vision, right? So when you're tight, and if you're in a high vehicle, a Suburban or a truck or a tractor trailer or a dump truck, you don't really see the railings next to you, right? So you're up really high, there's people really close, and you don't see it right next to you, right? So there are people literally that drive an hour and a half around the bridge. A lot of people will not drive over the bridge. Or they have people come meet them and drive them over the bridge. Now, some people say the bridge is going to fall in the water, and some people say it's falling, it's rusted, it's falling down. None of that's true, right? But the design is a little scary for modern day. And it's anecdotal in terms of how many people won't, but I'm telling you, a lot of people will not drive over the bridge, or they talk about it all the time. So there's a difference between the sort of design of the bridge, if you will, in terms of modern design versus the condition of the bridge. And this talks all about condition.
Yes, sir.
Norris Bridge is on the list. it happens in the 2030s at some point, I think, 2035, or I think we're 2035, 2032.
Program for 2036, but it could be accelerated.
We're working on it. We're working on it. But my point is, if we took a bus trip over the Norris Bridge, you go, oh my, you know, and it's really tall. So this is all about what it's supposed to be about, which is the bridge health. But it really doesn't address certain other factors, and I'm just pointing that out in the Norris Bridge case. Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Might be a good field trip.
Be fun. We can go over the Tides Inn. We might need to have a small sampling of some beverage before we come back, just to make sure we're feeling.
We need to drive over and take photos.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In any case. Any questions?
Okay, the next steps, at your next meeting in December, I will bring you the 50-year plan for our special structures for your approval. We'll do that each year. We're in the process now of working at the funding and some of the projects in there to try to balance the first 10 years of that program. So you'll see that for the first 10 years in the program, and then less detail for the last 40 years of the program. But we'll get that to you between now and your next meeting, and we'll go over that at the next meeting for your action item on that. So
Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
That's the next step.
Appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
I think we're gonna do the variable speed limit. Y'all wanna push through one more, or you wanna eat lunch? Let's push through one more. Let's do the variable speed limit, update. Mr. Fontaine and Ms. Lockwood.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been here before to present on the I-95 variable speed limit project, but not since the project has gone live, which was on June 22nd of this year. So today we're going to focus on the evaluation of the project. I'm going to kick off the presentation giving an overview of why we selected this particular corridor, what our project approach is, and what we plan to accomplish with this project. I should say what we are accomplishing, and how the system works, so how we are accomplishing that. And then I'll turn it over to Mike Fontaine, who will talk about the project evaluation. And he's going to start. Can you hear me okay? Oh, sorry.
Can't hear.
Closer. Can I take this?
Maybe just step closer to the mic.
You can tilt it.
This doesn't tilt.
You're good.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, great. So when Mike talks about the project evaluation, he's going to talk about some different characteristics of the before and after situation that made this evaluation a little bit tricky, but he is able to present some results today about how our system is impacting both driver behavior and safety. So the I-95 Corridor Improvement Plan was finished in 2020, and that recommended that we have a variable speed limit project on the corridor somewhere between Richmond and Fredericksburg. As we studied the corridor, the section between mile markers 115 and 130 on the northbound section came out on top as the corridor with the most congestion. It has a lot of stop and go condition, which is speed variability, which resulted in high crash rates and the highest rate of delay on the corridor that was studied. So our project approach is to use variable speed limits to harmonize traffic flow, which is to influence drivers' speed with the regulatory speed limits to direct them to the appropriate speed that they should be driving for the conditions ahead. And speed harmonization results not only in reduced crashes, but also in reduced or improved traffic performance on the corridor. So the two major field elements that we have for the project are, one, of course, the speed limit signs themselves, which are located on both sides of the roadway, the shoulder and the median. And those signs have a beacon on top. That beacon flashes when the system is activated, so whenever the speed limit is below the maximum speed limit for the corridors, which are 70 and 65. And then the other major component is the radar vehicle detectors, which collect the traffic flow data, the speed, the volume, the occupancy on the roadway, and that data is used to inform the algorithm, which then recommends the speed limits. We have 24 of these sites located along the corridor, along the 15-mile corridor. They're spaced at approximately 0.6 of a mile segments. And we have added 6 cameras with this project to increase our surveillance of the corridor. So this short video here will show what happens when an incident occurs that causes a slowdown on the corridor. As the crash occurs or when the crash occurs, the speed limit will reduce by 10-mile-per-hour increments to the speed at that site, or to 35 miles per hour, which is as low as it will go. And then the posted speed limits upstream will reduce to harmonize the traffic flow through the incident, and also to alert drivers and reduce crashes. The speed limits only change every 10 or in increments of 10 miles per hour, and they don't change any more frequently than once every minute. And then you'll see as the incident clears, the speed limit quickly goes back up to the maximum on the corridor, so we don't keep anyone at lower speeds longer than we need to. As I mentioned, the project went live on June 22nd, and we have a very robust public outreach campaign. We used traditional methods like static signs and billboards, and we also used social media to reach a more targeted audience. Our communication folks continue to provide information on this project, and we'll have major waves of outreach when there's high travel times, like the upcoming winter holidays. When has the system been most active? We've noticed that the summer months, June, July, and August, have been very similar. So what I'm showing here is the month of August. The days of the week are represented by a row, and then across the top you see the times of day. So what you notice first is that between 10 and 9, the system has been most active. The intensity of the red represents not only the lower speed limits, but also the hours of activation. And you also see that, like, between 12 and 6, you even have more intensity of activation. We also notice that the weekends are most congestion. That's when we see the most system activation. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday along this corridor experience a lot of travel during the summer, so the system is activated. And we also see over here that there's been some nighttime activation, and that's related to some work zone slowdowns. We've also seen that the patterns on the summer months have been very similar. So here I'm showing June, July, and August for where the system has been most active. The size of the circle represents the hours of activation, and the color represents the intensity, or the lower the speed limit. So here we see that the majority of the activation occurs on the northern end of the corridor, and that's somewhat to be expected. That's where the volumes are higher. That's where the interchanges are closer together. And for those of you familiar with the corridor, you're also aware that there's a construction project going on just north of this. The Rappahannock River Crossing project is under construction, and so that's created some congestion back into the corridor, and we expect over time to see those patterns change. Okay, so this video will present a little bit of insight into how the algorithm actually works. What I'm showing here is the posted speed limit, the black line, alongside the driving speed for the entire corridor, and the mile markers are on the bottom, so you can see how they relate. Now, as the animation goes, we'll see how these two react with each other over time. And we showed this video before the system went live, but at that time we weren't posting speed limits, so you couldn't see how the drivers were actually responding to the speed limits. Two things that I hope you'll get out of this. One is that the algorithm does seem to post speed limits prior to the slowdown, so prior to congestion, and also that the driving speed seems to be influenced by the actual posted speed. So here we see a sharp decline at about mile marker 126. The algorithm has already started to reduce speed limits prior to that, so upstream of the slowdown. As I continue the video, you'll see that the algorithm does its best to adjust and reduce speed limits prior to the slowdown. Ideally, we like the speed on the corridor stay above 35 miles per hour, because that's when we have a reasonable throughput. But with all the heavy volumes during the summer and the work zones, we have had quite a few dips below that. When that happens, like in this instance here, the speed limit stays at 35 because that's the lowest that we'll post. And you see here the average driving speed is going up and down, and that's the stop and go traffic that we all experience and know all too well. As I continue the video here, you'll see that the algorithm continues to do a pretty good job of staying ahead of the congestion, which is the black line will stay to the left of the blue line, so we're lowering the speed limit before the average speed slows down or before the congestion on the corridor. The congestion's getting worse here, and you can see that it's moving upstream, but the algorithm does a pretty good job of posting, staying ahead of it and posting before the the slow speeds get there. All right, so we are monitoring the system in real time. We're looking at both the equipment status and the communication status, and our operators at the Traffic Operations Center also are looking at the levels of congestion and what the recommended speed limits are from the algorithm. This is a screenshot from their operating system. The yellow and red are levels of congestion along the corridor, and then below that they can see what the posted speed limits are that the algorithm is recommending. When the little oval on top of the sign is yellow, that means the system is active. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Fontaine, who will talk about the evaluation.
All right, thank you, Mina. My name is Mike Fontaine. I work at the Virginia Transportation Research Council, which is the VDOT research division. So what we did is we wanted to look at whether the variable speed limit was having a positive effect on both safety and driver behavior. So we conducted a before and after study of the corridor. Our before period was from January to March. Our after period was from system activation through the end of August. So one of the challenges that we have in this corridor is this following VSL activation was really one of the most densely instrumented corridors that we have in the state. We had 24 detectors over 15 miles. And so what we had here for the before period is we had temporary detectors that were trailer mounted that we used to help create the algorithm that we deployed. And then we compared that to the data from the permanent sensors that were deployed after the system was turned on. Now, obviously, the traffic conditions that we have in January to March are very different than what we have in June, July, and August. And so this creates some complications for us where we want to get a true apples-to-apples comparison between the before and the after periods. So some of the things that we saw changed is obviously traffic volume is much higher in the summertime than it is in the first quarter of the year. In fact, the traffic volume is about 23% higher in the summer than it was in January, February, March. Also, the kinds of events that we see in the corridor that impact traffic are very different. In particular, in the summer, when the weather's warm, we have a lot more work zone activity. The number of hours where the work zones that Mina mentioned were impacting traffic increased by about 14 times versus what we saw in January, February, March. So we definitely had a much higher impact due to work zones. We had less impact due to weather in the summertime than we did in the wintertime. So our first consideration was to try and filter the data to try and get that apples-to-apples comparison. So we removed all the time periods that were impacted by the work zones, we removed the time periods that were impacted by weather, and we also filtered by traffic volume to try and get similar traffic volumes to compare the before data to the after data. So first thing we did is we took our algorithm that we used in order to determine what variable speed limit we would post, and we ran it on our before data when we just had the static speed limit signs out there. So this told us what the algorithm would have posted if it had been active at the time. And we compared that observed behavior with what would have been posted in the before period to what we actually observed in the after period. Now, what we saw here was that when we look at traffic during free flow, behavior didn't really change very much once the variable speed limit system became active. And that makes sense. People are driving what traffic allows them to. It's not congested. They're continuing to drive the same way they did before. When traffic is very congested, when we would have posted 35 miles an hour, likewise, speeds are very similar. Traffic is controlling how fast people can drive. But what I would like everyone to kind of focus on here is when we would have posted the 55 and 45 mile an hour speed limits. This is our transitional flow where we're trying to slow people down, moving into congestion, or traffic has gotten high enough that we're starting to get unstable flow just prior to congestion starting. Now, if we look at this case, I want you to focus on the average speed column before and after. And so what we've seen here is between a 3 and 4 mile an hour reduction in average speed when we have comparable conditions before versus after. So we're moving the needle in the right direction. Drivers are reacting to what we're telling them, and they are slowing down. So we are seeing a reduction in average speed as we're posting those speeds moving into the congested traffic ahead. Now, another way of looking at this is we can look at the proportion of vehicles that are traveling above what the variable speed limit would have recommended. So what we have here for the before and the after periods, we've got 3 columns with different shades of blue. So the first column is basically the percentage of all the vehicles on the road that are traveling above the recommended variable speed limit. The middle column is the percentage of vehicles traveling more than 5 miles an hour above the recommended speed limit. And then the last column is the percentage of vehicles driving more than 10 miles an hour over the over the variable speed limit. And again, I want to focus on that transitional regime, and particularly, let's focus on that dark blue column. So when the algorithm would have recommended 55 miles an hour in the before period, 62% of cars were driving 65 miles an hour or more. In the after period, that percentage went down to 14%, driving 65 or more. So we saw an 18% reduction in the number of people driving more than 10 miles an hour over what we determined to be safe based off of the variable speed limit algorithm. And likewise, if you look at the 45 mile an hour row, before the system was activated, 53% of all cars were driving 55 miles an hour or more when we would have posted 45, versus in the after period when we started posting 45, only 39% of cars were driving 55 or more. So again, this is an indication that once we started actively providing information to the drivers, they did react. They were slowing down. And in particular, we were seeing a lot fewer people driving much faster than what we were recommending as a safe speed in the variable speed limit. So it's an encouraging trend. Obviously, compliance is still something that could be improved on. There's opportunities there to further improve the compliance and increase effectiveness of the system. Just a way to look at this graphically. So this is showing the distribution of speeds before and after when we would have posted a 45 mile an hour speed limit. So the orange line here represents 45 miles an hour, and the lines represent the relative proportion of traffic that's traveling each individual speed that we've got on the bottom here. And so the things that I want you to focus on here are, if you look at the volume of the number of people that are to the left of that orange line, clearly we've moved people slower, that we've moved them to the left. And the other thing that we've done is, if you look at the before period, you can see that we have a big spike right around the 70 mile an hour posted speed limit. So even though this was a case where you were probably approaching congestion and you should have been slowing down moving into the queue, we had a lot of people that were continuing to drive that 70 mile an hour posted speed. In the after period, now that we've told them that it's 45 miles an hour, we have shifted that distribution. We have less people driving much faster than that overall speed. They are reacting to what we're telling them to drive. Another thing that we've seen that's been beneficial is this is showing the speeds by lane of traffic. And so in this case, the orange lines represent the speed distribution for the right lane, the dark blue is the center lane, and the light blue is the left lane. And one thing that was interesting that we saw here is the speeds in the lanes have gotten much more similar to each other when we're posting 45 miles an hour. Before we turned the variable speed limit system on, we had about a 3.8 mile an hour difference between the average speed in the left lane and the far right lane. And then that has gone down to only about 1.3 miles an hour between the far left lane and the far right lane. And the reason why this is important for us is the more similar the speeds are in the different lanes of traffic, the fewer conflicts we're going to have as people try and change lanes, merge, things like that. And so this is an indication that hopefully that we're going to have fewer conflicts between vehicles as they're trying to traverse through this corridor. And we have created that kind of positive reaction and that speed harmonization effect that Mina mentioned that we were hoping to get to. All right, safety. So we did look at the crashes in the corridor between milepost 115 and 130. This is data through the end of July, which is the last month where the crash data has been closed out for us, because we do have a reporting lag for when crashes come in. Before I discuss this, I do want to emphasize crashes are very rare and random events. Typically, we as traffic engineers like to have at least a year, but preferably 3 years of data before we start doing crash analysis, and this is only 5 weeks. So to say take this with a grain of salt is an understatement. So please use this with caution. Now, I will say, though, that our early crash results from these 5 weeks are positive, though. And that's certainly better to have positive results with limited data. But again, take these with caution. What I would like to point out is if we look at the very last row, what we've done is we've broken out the number of crashes that we observed in the first half of the year before the variable speed limit system was activated, and then what we saw in that first 5 weeks of operation, and compared it to the corresponding time periods in the years prior to that. And so what we saw is that in the first half of this year, we had about a 38% increase in the number of crashes in this corridor over the prior year. And this was the largest number of crashes we had had in the corridor in the last 5 years in that January 1st to June 21st time period. So that, again, mirrors some of the things that the board, I think, has heard about in some of the crash trends that we've seen post-pandemic, where we did see an uptick in crashes in the corridor. For those first 5 weeks following activation, a promising thing that we saw was that crashes were actually down 17% versus the corresponding time period in the year before. So not only were the crashes down from what we saw in the same time period in 2021, but we also reversed that trend that we saw in the first half of this year. So again, extremely preliminary data, only 5 weeks here, but it's an indication that we're seeing trends in the crashes that reflect the trends in the speed behavior that we're seeing with the data that we've collected. Okay, so just to summarize, as Mina mentioned, what we're seeing here is that the system is working as designed, and when we say that, we mean that it is the speed limits that we're posting are responding to the observed traffic speeds in the way that we expected them to. So the actual speed limit postings seem to be working right. Early results are that the drivers are reacting to the variable speed limits. We've seen those average speeds go down 3 to 4 miles an hour during that transitional flow. We have seen reduced speed differentials between adjacent lanes, which has been a benefit for us from a safety perspective. Early crash trends show positive results, but again, it's only 5 weeks of data, so interpret this with caution. So what we would like to do is come back to the board when we do have more data available where we can talk about longer term performance in the corridor. Early results are certainly promising. We hope to have a larger data set, especially of the crash data, so that we can give you a more detailed report out in the future. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Secretary.
Sir.
So, as many drivers, I tend to use Waze quite a bit. I'm just curious if, and I know this is brand new, experimental, are we trying to tie this data into Waze, or do they pick up, and it's instant time, which is great, and I just think it'd be a wonderful thing. I'm just curious about that.
No, that's a great question, and we have approached Waze with incorporating our variable speed limit signs. They do have access to other signs information that VDOT has. Unfortunately, right now they don't have a module which will let them integrate these and show them in real time. However, we're involved in a coalition, the Eastern Transportation Coalition, which has a relationship with Waze, and this is one of the priority projects that they're pushing forward. So we do hope in time to have that activity, that functionality.
That's awesome. And are any other states doing this, or are we the kind of the cutting edge on this right now?
So we are definitely cutting edge on the algorithm itself being predictive of congestion, but there are a number of other states who have done this. Nevada has a system, Washington State, Colorado. There's a number of different ones. A lot of them are for weather, but a number of are for congestion as well.
But you do see us being able to tie in with Waze at some point. You think that's definitely possible?
It's definitely dependent on Waze. We are pushing the data, but as more states have it, I think that they will be able to.
It'd be nice for it to pop up and say, crash ahead, you need to slow down, that kind of stuff, you know, because it's hard to see the signs sometimes, you know.
Definitely. No, we agree.
Well,
We're
you.
looking for that.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. Very well done. We're going to take a break for lunch. There's going to be a quiz on this whole presentation when we get back. So please take it with you. We're going to talk about the algorithm and the statistical analysis thereof. So we're going to take about a half an hour or so. We'll go next door, and then we'll be back.
But I think it's most interesting is how the lane changes.
Next item on the agenda is the Bowers Hill Environmental Impact Statement. Mr. Hall and Mr. Smizik. Reverse order.
Good afternoon.
May need to hold that whole thing up in the air, right?
That's what I'm thinking too.
I think your voice is probably pretty good.
Good enough? Very good. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Thank you.
pleased to be here with Mr. Hall to provide the requested information from the last workshop on the Bowers Hill environmental impact statement in advance of requesting your location decision on a preferred alternative at your meeting this week. At the last meeting, we were asked when the Environmental Division brings a project to the board for a location decision, we lay out the process we're going through, identifying where we are and where the location decision would be requested in that process. The figure on the slide illustrates the process we've gone through, with the blue bubble at the end representing this location decision point we're at now. The other bubbles represent the previous presentation we've made and summarize the material covered during those presentations. Moving forward with a future project, we'd start on the left-hand side and progress our way forward, plotting out in advance when we anticipated requesting a decision, so you all would be informed of our process and the timeline to get there. Specifically today for the Bowers Hill study, we were asked to come back, provide more information on the typical sections for the Hampton Roads Express Lane network, which Mr. Hall will cover in a minute. We were also asked to provide more information on the estimated impacts and how they may show variation between the alternatives. And then for this project and other projects, asked to brief the board again on the range of alternatives and cost estimate before asking for a location decision. We'll get to all that in a minute, but for now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Which is the advance.
Okay. This being your district, Mr. Hall. Good morning.
It's good to have you here, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to come and give us a quick update and walk through the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network. My intention here this afternoon is to provide a quick overview of the network, delivery schedule, and describe each of those segments as we walk through the network from east to west. And the network is proposed to be delivered with seven different projects in 4 segments over the next 4.5 years. And as you look at the chart here, we have currently 4 projects under construction and 3 projects in design. Those projects under construction include what we call segments 2A and 2B, which make up our Chesapeake segment and our our high-rise bridge project. These 2 projects combined will be completed, and we expect to have this part of the system open and operational by the spring of next year. Segment 3, of course, is the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Expansion Project to be operational by the end of 2026. And then Segment 4C, which we just awarded this past August, with construction complete, scheduled there, also December of 2026. In design, we have the 3 projects here, Segment 1A, which we hope to be coming to you for approval to award next month. The completion of that project in December of 2025. Segment 1B is a project that we continue to move through design, although we're contemplating some additional required time for design based on the complexity of this concept and the specific restrictions and constraints through this part of the network. So right now we have a 2BD on our project award and construction times, probably going to be pushing that one out. Originally scheduled for award in February 2024, likely that will be pushed out to the right. And then lastly, under design segments 4A and 4B, that will be delivered as one project to be awarded. This is our only design bid build project to be awarded in September of 24, also completing in December of 2026. So what I'm going to do next is just walk you from west to east through the network and just give a very high level of what that profile looks like as we move through the network. So this is the first of the segments of the network moving again from west to east, starting at the Jefferson interchange. The first project there is what we call segment 4A. This runs from the Jefferson interchange all the way down to generally the 664 interchange, and the profile on the top top chart there is the typical profile of that segment of the network. Generally 3 general purpose lanes through this area, 12-foot general purpose lanes, a 3-foot buffer, so these will also be bollard separated, managed lanes, and then of course a 12-foot managed lane, and then a 3-foot minimum shoulder on the inside. And that varies depending upon where you are in the network. The second part of that project, or segment 4B, is a very short segment which runs from the 664 interchange underneath the interchange to the LaSalle interchange. This is one of the most constrained portions of the network. We'll have 2 general purpose lanes in this area and 1 managed lane. Again, bollard separated, 3-foot buffer between the general purpose and the managed lane system. Through this area, it's also necessary for us to convert one of the general purpose lanes into an express lane. It's only about a mile in length between the 664 interchange and the LaSalle interchange. So a very short portion of this where we have to do that conversion. We've worked the details of this through FHWA, and we have a path forward for that. Next, we have segment 4C under construction. This is where we'll, moving into the approach to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. We're widening out this section, which generally runs from the LaSalle interchange to the right there to the Mallory Bridge Settlers Landing area, where it mates up with the HRBT expansion project. And we will develop a full 2x2 network here in each direction. We'll have 2 12-foot general purpose lanes and 2 12-foot express lanes running in each direction with a 3-foot buffer bollard separated. Another fairly short section, but this also includes the rehabilitation of the westbound Hampton River bridges and the replacement of the East River Hampton River bridges. So pretty complex project for that reason, through that area. Next, we jump across the harbor. We're on the other side of the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. This is segments 1A and 1B. Unlike the segment 4 project I just briefed, this will be delivered in 2 separate projects because of the complexity. Our first segment here, segment 1A, a fairly short segment, a single project, just a little over 2 miles, which runs generally through the 564 interchange to Tidewater Drive. And then the remainder of the segment 1 piece of the network, which we call segment 1B, runs from Tidewater Drive all the way to the 264 interchange. And this is the segment that we're sort of pushing to the right based on some additional design work. So in this particular area, we have the reversible lanes that run based on AM, PM peak. In the morning peak hours, the reversible lanes, if you're familiar with this area, are running towards the Navy base, so running in a westerly direction. This part of the network is designed so we have basically a counterflow, full directional managed lane system. So we will be generating a part-time shoulder lane that will run in the counterflow direction of our reversible lane. So in other words, if you're traveling from Virginia Beach in the morning and you're going up 64, you're going to be on the reversible network moving. If you're a sailor and you're traveling towards the base, you're going to be on, you'll have the opportunity to use the reversible lanes. If you happen to be traveling eastbound, you're coming from Hampton across the HRBT, you will have the ability to move on to a shoulder lane at that time that will be opened up as a managed lane that will give us, again, that counterflow, full directional managed lane capability through this reach. And again, this will run from the Patrol Road area, which is just to the just to the west of the 564 interchange, all the way through the 564 interchange to the 264 interchange. That's where we'll have this bidirectionality managed shoulder lane component. The last piece under construction is our Segment 2 project. This is again broken into two subcomponents. Segment 2B, which runs from 264, about a little over 7.5 miles, runs from the 264 interchange all the way to the 464 interchange. This is an HOV conversion project, much like we have up on the peninsula. We'll be converting that HOV lane to a Hot 2 facility. That profile, general profile, is depicted below. Through this reach, we have anywhere from 3 to 4 general purpose lanes. On the inside, separated by 3 to 4 foot buffer, bollard separated, a 12-foot managed lane, and then a full 12-foot shoulder on the inside. As you approach the high-rise bridge, so we're at the 464 interchange now, traveling again eastbound. We will be coming upon what is now the high-rise bridge project. That profile will be 2 general purpose lanes, a managed lane, and a full 12-foot shoulder. So the only difference from the graphic here is you'll have one less general purpose lane that'll be through that full section from 464 all the way to Bowers Hill. Now we've designed this project and we'll be delivering this project so that 12-foot shoulder in the future, when the capacity is required, we will be able to turn that into a managed shoulder lane to be turned on and turned off based upon peak traffic. Modest investment in the future to convert that. I mean, the actual roadway is being built to handle traffic, so it's actually a travelable shoulder, much like we have on 264, where we have the shoulder lane that's operating today. We'll have that as an option in the future to basically convert that shoulder into a managed lane, shoulder lane facility, obviously with the appropriate additions of ITS, lane control systems, and so forth. That completes my run through of the managed lane profiles. I've got a short video that kind of gives you a little bit more of a bird's eye view of what the system's going to look like.
Spanning an impressive 50 miles once completed, the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network along I-64 will help to relieve congestion in the general purpose lanes by providing additional choices for commuters. This results in more reliable travel times. The pursuit to relieve traffic congestion along I-64 in the Hampton Roads area is ongoing, and VDOT, in regional partnership with the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission and the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization, is continuously working to make your commute better. With the integration of the I-64 express lanes, VDOT brings this tried and true strategy that has been successfully implemented in other parts of the state. It provides a reliable and seamless alternative to the general purpose lanes. The general purpose lanes are always available and free. The express lanes are free for high occupancy vehicles with EasyPass Flex transponders and motorcycles. Single occupancy vehicles can ride in the express lanes by paying a toll. The toll price is dynamic and fluctuates depending upon the amount of traffic in the express lanes. The dynamic toll price ensures reliable speeds and travel times in the express lanes. As you enter onto I-64, merge into the general purpose lanes and then safely transition to the inside general purpose lane. Before entering the express lanes, overhead signs will indicate the current toll rate. The price you see on the electric toll sign is the amount you'll be charged and will not change throughout the duration of your trip. Flexible barrier posts and pavement markings separate the express lanes from the general purpose lanes. Now that you have arrived at the entrance, safely enter the express lane, and follow the same Easy Pass and Easy Pass Flex rules already implemented across the network. Remember, other drivers will be entering and exiting at these openings, so be careful, yield, and drive safely. After you depart the managed lanes, you will have ample time to safely move across the general purpose lanes to reach your desired exit. The fees collected from these tolls will be used by the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission for tolling operations, repayment of loans issued to develop the initial network, and to provide for continued improvements of the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network along the I-64 corridor, ensuring a smoother commute for years to come. To sign up for our newsletter or get additional information on hours of operation, vehicle qualifications, or to learn more about fees and passes, visit us at 64expresslanes.org. You can also download the free 64 Express Lanes mobile app for both iOS and Android devices.
Presentation unless we have any questions.
Questions, Ms. Hines?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you very much, Mr. Hall, for that,
Yes, ma'am.
for helping us understand how it's going to work all the way around. I found myself notating the map in your annual report, so thank you for that. So Bowers Hill, this section we're talking about
Right.
now, is comes after segment 2A, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the next piece heading back up toward the water, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we have before us now a recommendation that, from my reading, continues the pattern that you have on 2A and 2B.
That's correct.
That's correct,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Mr. Hall, I have one question. The commissioner's not gonna like this. What did that video reference? They call them flexible, what do they call those posts, those things?
The
that-
bollards?
No, well,
Flex posts?
they call them flexible bollards. I thought they were called post-mounted tubular delineators. I wanna know where that went.
I have no idea, Mr. Secretary.
I mean, like,
I've heard them called about 3 different things, but
Yeah.
And the nice ones, we don't say the not nice ones out loud.
exactly. Well, I like you getting it into our language. I appreciate that.
I think they're gonna have to have a lot of them in reserve.
yes. It'll be a
Yeah,
I don't know
growth.
how long they're gonna last.
We found that out in the city of Norfolk when we were using them to do some segregation of some of the bike lanes. And the problem was they didn't tell the snowplow guy exactly how to deal with them, so they were all gone. But in any case, thank you, sir. Well done.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda are the smart scale budget increases.
Don't you wanna do the
Oh, no, we're
recommendation?
not finished. Scott, he's
Thank you,
back.
sir.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I got ahead of myself.
So as I mentioned in the introduction, we were asked to bring back and review the range of alternatives that were considered. The slide in front of you lists those alternatives that were found to not meet the purpose and need and are not advanced for detailed analysis in the EIS. I draw your attention to the bottom 3 bullets, the CD lanes, the transit-only improvements, and the TSM TDM projects. Although as standalone alternatives, those do not meet the purpose and need, our study does not preclude them from being implemented as part of a preferred alternative or standalone projects in the study area in the future. There are 3 alternatives retained for detailed analysis in the EIS. The first is a no-build alternative, which is required in an EIS. The second, which you'll see later referred to as Alternative C, adds 1 managed lane in the part-time drivable shoulder in the managed lane system in each direction. It includes improvements to the Bowers Hill interchange and consideration of improvements to the other interchanges within our study area. And the third alternative, which you'll see referred to as Alternative D, adds 2 managed lanes in each direction with the same alternative assumptions as Alternative C. As I mentioned earlier, we're asked to come back and present additional information on our impact estimates, specifically anything that shows variation between the 2 alternatives. First, we broke out our estimated or potential residential acquisitions and commercial acquisitions to highlight that there are no potential commercial acquisitions. They are all residential, and we would expect that number to be revisited, avoided, and minimized as the project advances to detailed design. We also added a row at the bottom for floodplain acreage, which you can see kind of follows the same pattern as the other other resources, I should say, with alternative C being slightly less impactful than alternative D. When we reviewed the other resource topics, we found there was not enough variation to warrant putting it on this slide. There either is no variation between alternatives, or it's so slight that it doesn't really move the needle or make a difference on a table like this. As we consider this study and our recommended preferred alternative, we are focused on the stream and wetland impacts. As the text at the bottom of the slide indicates, the Army Corps of Engineers can only permit the alternative that is found to be least impactful to the resources under its purview, wetlands and streams. So we are focused on those resources to ensure we have a permittable alternative coming out of this EIS study. We were asked to bring back the cost estimates that you had seen before. These NEPA cost estimates are high-level estimates done for the sole purpose of comparing alternatives in the NEPA document. We would assume that if a preferred alternative advances to detailed design, there will be new cost estimates developed. Our estimates assume full reconstruction of the Bowersill interchange. They assume all the other interchanges in our study area are being improved, and they assume our designs follow all design standards. Those are not NEPA commitments, and they can be revisited if and when the project advances to detailed design. And if those assumptions are changed, we would expect the cost to change the same. So that brings us back to our recommended preferred alternative, which is alternative C. That recommendation is informed by over 2 years of work with the regulatory agencies, localities, and the public. All of the analysis that's gone into our presentations in front of this board and that will be documented in the draft EIS has already been reviewed by the regulatory agencies with purview over that given area. That analysis indicates that alternative C best balances cost and impact while meeting the purpose and need. It does this by maintaining consistency and continuity with the improvements that Mr. Hall spoke to a few minutes ago. It also meets the daily and peak demands through the managed lane and part-time drivable shoulder without overbuilding. We are informed by our federal agencies agreeing on this recommendation. Specifically, the Army Corps of Engineers has agreed that this is the alternative to bring to this board for action. Their agreement in that recommendation signifies that they believe this alternative is the alternative that could successfully navigate the permitting process when that occurs in a more detailed phase of design. And finally, we're informed by action taken by the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization, or HRTPO, who endorsed this as their preferred alternative as well.
Ask a question, can you go back? If we are, if the only permittable project is the one that meets the purpose and need and has the least impact, and I don't know whether the least impact means 1 additional acre or half additional acre or 1/10 of an acre or 50 acres of wetlands or streams or whatever the measure might be. And how does the balancing the costs have anything to do with it if it's not permittable? Why do you even care about balancing the costs? If we can't permit it, what difference does it make?
Sure. It's a good question.
And so that sort of goes to what concerns me about the overall piece of this is there's more than just wetlands and streams. There's all sorts of things that impact society and the rest of us that aren't just those issues.
Understood. And
now it happens to be this one is less expensive, right?
correct.
But if it was, to use a stupid number, twice as expensive, and they said, well, you've got to pay the cost because you got 2 more acres involved. Sorry. Why do we even talk about balancing costs and impacts if we can't permit it?
So it is a bit outside our purview, but we've been through this enough with the Corps. I think I can speak for them. Cost is a factor they have to take into consideration in that balance they look at. So to your example, if an alternative was twice as much, that there could be an argument made to not spend that extra cost for the impact. But when you
Because
have
earlier I heard you say something different. Earlier I heard you say they have to endorse the one that has the least impact on streams and wetlands. That
the
doesn't
least of the alternatives that advance, correct. They could tolerate having an alternative dismissed early in the process if it costs too much. So if you had one that was double the cost and double the impact, see if I'm following your example. If you had
Just
one,
trying to use the extreme to make the point.
absolutely.
We'll have more discussion later, and I'm not gonna change the federal process, so. Tilting at windmills here, but it's raising the obvious question.
So in closing, we would look for this board to take action on a location decision to identify the preferred alternative at your meeting. That would clear the way for Federal Highway and VDOT to issue our draft EIS late this year or early next. And if we hit those marks, a combined final EIS and record of decision could be issued in the spring of 2023, which would complete the EIS process and allow the project to advance to more detailed design and procurement activities. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and welcome any questions you might have.
One other question. So the two alternatives, one has two managed lanes and one has a managed lane and a hard shoulder. And one of them impacts, a substantial 300 more acres of stream impacts and linear feet and 4 more impacts of wetlands impacts of acres. Can you convert, and I'm not talking about in the EIS, EPA, whatever it is in the environmental world, but can you convert the hard shoulder to a managed lane after it's, can you easily convert a hard shoulder to a managed lane, a full lane after it's built, 10 years later? Sort of where does that lie between?
I think
You're seeing $200 million in costs.
right.
Of difference between a managed lane, a second managed lane, and a drivable shoulder. $200 million, which is substantial. So, if you can't, I'm trying to get the cost benefit, forgetting the environmental impact for a second, of a managed lane versus a full lane versus a hard shoulder, drivable shoulder. Make
Well,
sense?
I think to your first question, Mr. Secretary, it is, if the project is designed that way and constructed that we have a shoulder that is built originally to handle traffic, it's I want to say relatively, but cost-wise, it's a fairly modest cost to convert that shoulder to a shoulder lane.
But in this case, it's $200 million. Because the alternatives, the only difference is one's a managed shoulder, one is a hard shoulder, and the other is a managed lane.
Yeah, I think.
And we had 3.1 and 2.9.
So to convert it to a running shoulder lane is minimal cost. To, after the project is built, to convert it to a lane per se, that includes building the shoulder on the opposite side of that lane. There's a lot more work involved, drainage, there's a lot more work involved with converting that project afterwards to have 2 managed lanes as opposed to 1 and a traveled shoulders. I think that's what the question you were asking.
Mr. Secretary, I think Mr. Hall's presented it well. In order to convert a part-time shoulder lane to a full-time managed lane, we would then have to design it to current standards at that point in time to be able to provide for a full-width shoulder, which could far exceed $200 million at that point in time. And so, but the part-time shoulder lane can handle the demand and the future demand as projected under this scenario at this point in time, and frankly could run a long period of time. The peak periods, whether they extend 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, we would get a significant amount of added capacity at a reduced cost during
And what
this
does
period.
part-time mean in sort of the law or the regulation? Where do I move from part-time to full-time? 23 and a half hours is still part-time
It is.
technically.
Well, it can be time-based, Mr. Secretary. The way that we operate the part-time shoulders right here on 264 that's a call from our TOC. They turn it on or turn it off based on current conditions and
I
traffic.
mean, obviously, there's Fed oversight that's creating these rules, right?
Ah, I see.
That's the oversight that's creating the rules.
Less than
And
24.
I think what you said is the most important part, that it's the predicted usage, not just the current usage. But, you know, at some point, as we have experienced, you may find out that your usage just continues to grow and grow and grow over time. So the question is, how far can you afford to get ahead of that? And what are the rules to get ahead of that? And maybe it's not gonna grow over time. Maybe it's gonna be different as we move into other technologies. But I just am curious about the sort of the trade-offs of one versus the other. Which, you know, sort of what's the benefit versus the cost of one versus the other. If it's only permittable, if only the least one is permittable, then it really doesn't matter. Because if you can't permit it, you can't build it, and you can't use it, right? So, assuming that each of them were permittable, I just was trying to get at, you know, where does that cost-benefit line lay? But I'll talk to you offline about that.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes,
ask a
sir.
follow-up question. Just, I'm curious, is this shoulder being built with the same base as a regular road section, or is it a different base than what you'd normally do for a shoulder?
No, it would be built with the same base as a road section.
It's
So
just
that
like a travel lane in
By
terms of
definition,
depth
it
of
would be a
pavement?
travel, yes, sir.
Okay.
Full depth, same type of road
But
foundation.
when you
if
move,
will.
but when you, not to interject, but when you move from part-time to full-time, then you have to add the shoulder to that,
Correct.
right? And so that's the cost. Right?
And-
That's the incremental cost, is that right, basically?
That
And that's the incremental impact, the environmental incremental impact is I'm adding more.
Correct. And there's,
pavement on.
there's, when you start adding pavement, you start adding drainage. Then when you add drainage, you have additional runoff. It's sort of a domino effect that,
Sure.
you know, another 12 feet of pavement as a shoulder adds more than just the cost of that pavement. So it's multiple components that are triggered by that.
One last piece, is there a safety piece of this that we look at? Obviously, I've been on a constrained, limited access highway before where there was a shoulder about as wide as your car was with a flat tire. That's a really uncomfortable place to be on the inside. You can barely get out of your vehicle, much less do something with a tire. Is there a safety impact when you're using that part-time shoulder versus when you're not, and how does that get calculated in?
I'm not sure how it gets calculated in the alternative.
It would seem to me to be less safe, would be my conjecture.
Mr. Secretary, I'd say the purpose of the part-time shoulder lane would allow us to dynamically close that lane and allow for traffic to get by in the second lane. That's why ideally we have 2 lanes in these situations and afford us the opportunity. The part-time shoulder lane does act as a shoulder. It's built to that standard. It's 12 feet in width and still some shoulder to be able to pull the vehicle over. But this is a part of the design considerations that go into the part-time shoulder lane, that there is a narrower shoulder than what you would see in a full width lane, and then the lane itself. But it affords us the opportunity to allow for vehicles to get around the broken down vehicle in that case. It is taken into consideration in the design features.
Mr. Secretary?
Sir, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. In terms of the throughput and efficiency, to the Secretary's earlier comment today about the purpose of the transportation route is to move goods and people, are these two equal? we can see the difference in wetlands and residences and streams and costs, but in terms of transportation flow, is it gonna make a difference which one?
Mr. Merrill, the answer is no, based upon the projected traffic volumes that are contained in the draft NEPA document. It would suggest that the part-time shoulder lane meets the current and future demands that would be placed upon it, and is consistent with the other section around the high-rise bridge coming into Bowers Hill interchange itself, moving up to College Drive, I believe. So the demands along this side of the 664 corridor, the part-time shoulder lane would accommodate future demands as they are seen for the peak period traffic volumes. In all fairness, we would not be bringing a concept that did not meet demands forward.
Ms. Sellers.
So is that assuming that everything stays the same land use wise, or is that taking into consideration the expansion of the port?
It takes into consideration the long-term growth that the region is projecting out to 2045.
All right. Nicely done, gentlemen. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a smart scale budget increase. Ms. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I am bringing to you today a proposed smart scale budget increase on a project in Fredericksburg District. I'll point out that I have the district engineer, Marcy Parker, here. In case you ask any hard questions, I will defer to her. By way of background, you're getting used to this now. Any changes to the scope or budget of a smart scale project previously selected by the board may require specific board action to approve. The I-95 exit 126, Route 1 southbound onto South Point Parkway project was submitted by Spotsylvania County in round 2 of smart scale. The total original project cost was $14.5 million. The smart scale ask was granted at $12.7 million. It was funded with district grant funds. The county also provided $1.8 million in leverage funding. The original scope included the I-95 exit 126 and Route 1 widening, including turn lanes onto South Point Parkway and widening of South Point Parkway as well. There were also some pedestrian accommodations included in the scope. The project is VDOT administered and was advertised. The project was originally let in April earlier this year and was subsequently re-advertised. We only received one bidder. And so the project was re-advertised. We've now received bids, and we've determined that the price proposals are responsive and represent good competition, so we'd like to move ahead with the award. There is a funding shortfall on the project, primarily due to updated unit costs and inflation. There are also some increased costs associated with the bridge widening, the addition of some unanticipated retaining walls, and more extensive earthwork associated with the ramp construction than originally anticipated. In addition, there's a large number of utilities in the area, which contributes to additional risk for the contractor. Market saturation along the I-95 corridor also contributed, we believe, to the lack of bidders the first time it was let. We did get 4 bidders this time, so that has been addressed. There also, it's not an attractive place for contractors to work on I-95. There was market saturation in the corridor. The work is limited to nighttime. It's often hard to pour concrete at night. It's a very high volume location. And so that, in addition to the high number of utilities, added risk to the project. And we believe those are contributing factors to the cost increase. So the estimated budget increase required for award is $2.3 million. It represents an increase of 18% over the current smart scale budget. That is an overall increase to the project of 16%. There are sufficient deallocated district grant funds available to cover this shortfall and allow the award of the project. You can see in the table that the smart scale score goes from 7.2 to 6.09. The rank did not change on the project. And we have spent just over $2 million to date on preliminary engineering and right-of-way. So our recommendation is to approve the budget increase. This will come to you as an action item later today. There's some sense of urgency since we have the bids. We'd like to go ahead and award the project without further delay. We would fund the increase from surplus district grant balances. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions?
Secretary,
Mr. Dawson.
in round two, it's been sent around for long.
So a round two project would have received funding beginning in FY 22-23. So it's actually a little ahead of schedule.
Project.
And was there retaining walls of the, you said retaining walls, a lot of wall, I mean, a lot of footage?
I'd have to defer to Marcy on that.
I'm not sure how much footage it is. It's not a huge amount of retaining walls, though. It's not like the whole project.
Ms. Pryor, we continue to sort of work through the early smart scale rounds, and obviously lots have changed since then, both in terms of how we do things and in terms of the environment in which we operate. The price increase, when we submit an application in 2018, if we scored and we know we're not going to do it for 3 or 4 years, and we project in some inflation or some increase into that, we normally do that, right?
Yes.
So everybody understands that, and when the economy goes crazy and we don't predict what's going to happen, I think we get that. I think the sort of the frustrating part for me is sort of the add-ons that get added, that get created over time. So now we got sound wall. Well, why didn't we have a sound? What changed where we had to get where we need a sound wall now where we didn't need it in 2018? And the utilities didn't get in the ground between 2018 and now. They were there. And. So is that we just didn't have enough due diligence? What is it? Those are the things that frustrate us, I think, at the board level. Not the things that are sort of totally out of our control. That's life. Can you help me with that a little bit?
Sure. The early rounds 1 and 2, I feel like a broken record when I come to you all. We did not do nearly the level of due diligence as we reviewed and validated those applications. We have a much more robust process now. Sometimes to the
attribute this to that same
yes,
thing.
I mean sometimes to the frustration of the applicants, frankly, in current applications. But I do think we have a much more robust process now for catching those things.
So as we go forward, we would expect to see less and less of those kinds of things.
Yes, sir.
Again, we can't predict with certainty what's going to happen to commodity prices and inflation and all sorts of things. But
right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Sellers.
So you say it's time sensitive. Could we move this to next month and answer some of those questions?
So the bids were received in September, and we're not meeting in November. So
Okay.
yeah, there is.
Questions are you looking
urgency.
for, Ms. Sellers?
Well, just looking into the retaining walls. I mean, it's an important project for the district. It's a high growth area right there. It's and not just residential growth. There's a lot of commercial activity out there. And so I'd like to see the project move forward. But
I guess what I heard was we've since done more due diligence
right.
where we didn't do enough in 2018. And as the program has become more mature, we've learned from that and we've become better. And as we've become better, we know now that there's some things that we didn't uncover before. And so now we think we're good. So we've had inflationary things that have happened, and we have some add-ons, which are the point of my frustration.
Right.
But now we think we've got everything covered. So I guess my question would be, where do we go from here in terms of
We'll decide on that.
other questions?
I mean, it's coming up for
It's
action.
not like this is going to happen with some other projects that are probably in the pipeline now and coming down the road.
Yeah, it's exactly like it's gonna happen
Yes.
for 2018 projects. Yeah, I mean, we've done this a number of times, before you were here and since. And it's frustrating to all of us, I think. Mr. Casper has worked really hard on and with Mr. Malvin and others on estimating. But if you don't know what you're estimating about, it doesn't help you. If you don't need, you know a sound wall. If you don't know that you need a sound wall, or the utilities are there, it's kind of hard to estimate.
I'd add, Mr. Secretary, that back in the early days of smart scale, this was round 2, things were still moving pretty quickly. I think we've had a relatively low number of these anomalies that have come through this process, given the complexity of the process and how quickly we ramped up. So these things will happen. I think you've explained the reason for it, and we know now that in future scales and current rounds of smart scale, we should eliminate or avoid these problems.
And I think I would add that another important part here, God, I was tripping on my words, is the current scoring still scores well, and it is the same as it would have been. So, I mean, I'm fighting for every dollar that we can save to put somewhere that is needed. So $2.328 million is $2.328 million that we could use somewhere else if we didn't need to use it here. So I'm sort of a hawk on the money, and that's why I'm asking these questions. But I accept your answers.
Good questions.
What else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is item 8, budget assumptions, Laura Farmer and Kim Pryor.
Good afternoon. This material is very close to the same material I presented to you last month. It's meant to be a refresher for the action item later in the meeting today related to revising the budget documents for both the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and for VDOT. So I'm going to talk about the updates to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, both in the actual performance of fiscal year 22 and the updates for 23. Review again the general fund investments in transportation efforts and specific allocation items for VDOT. So in terms of updates to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, we had adopted some mid-session revenue estimate updates that were not included in the final estimate for the year. And so the removal of $92.7 million has been noted. We also had some updates for 22's performance for retail and insurance premiums to include in. And we also had a very conservative approach on the grocery tax elimination. As you were adopting the budget, the General Assembly was finishing its work, and we had planned on the conservative option of July implementation on that grocery tax elimination and its impact to the transportation fund, and that is January of 23. And so we added $65.3 million back for a total impact of $34.4 million. On the right table, you can see the impact to the various funds and programs across the Secretariat. To review again, the General Assembly and the Governor made substantial commitment to transportation through the general fund. In the budget actions they took in both the caboose bill for fiscal year 22 and the new biennium, totaling $599 million. I kind of walked through this table last month, but this is just a reminder of those actions. The items that impact the CTF are included, so this entire $599 is in the CTF budget, in addition to a restatement of 22. And in addition, DRPT will come to you in December for the allocation of the $5 million of the Transit Ridership Incentive Program. Just a note on some other budget actions in the efforts around trails. There's a requirement to set aside some of our federal TAP program funding for trails. Those recommendations were included in the presentation last month. Additionally, over the biennium, an additional $30 million for city street payments has been incorporated. And VDOT's need to fund employee bonuses planned for December 1st at $1,000 for each employee. So in terms of just impacts to VDOT, this table highlights both the distribution to the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund and the Construction Fund of a total of $27.5 million, and how those funds are allocated across our program areas. $30 million for city street payments, just shy of $8 million for the employee bonus for the agency, And over the 2-year period, what's available for construction distribution is a reduction of $10.3 million. The budget update for fiscal year 23 and those details will include these adjustments, the additional $3.6 million in the first year. And then the program update that Kim will present on subsequent to my presentation will walk through the impact of both years across all of these program areas. So in your action agenda today, you'll see the proposed revisions for the 23 budgets. It incorporates all of these changes. The revised 6-year improvement program that you will see incorporates these program funding updates, as well as some of the work that the chief engineer referred to this morning. We've done some work on projects that are advancing in this current fiscal year and the impact of inflation. And so those have been incorporated in the revised 6-year program. That concludes my prepared slides, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Ms. Farmer, where's the
Mr.
7.7, you got 700, with 7,700 employees in VDOT? Where's the 7.7 million come for 1,000 employee bonuses?
Where does it come from?
Yes, ma'am, just.
We have to fund it, and so that's part of this request. So though we have an uplift in what's available to the department, before we distribute those funds for construction, we have to take care of the agency administrative expenses, and that is one of them. So the total is about just shy of $8 million.
So, Mr. Dodson, as you're familiar, the vast majority, except when things happen like the general fund directions, the vast majority of all of our agencies' budgets come out of formula funding. And so when the decision is made to fund a bonus, in this case, for all state employees, each agency that we have, or that I have an involvement with, has to take it out of their money that they're already getting. There's no new money, right?
So that's my question.
So at the end of the day, because maintenance comes first, all these kinds of overruns find themselves down into construction at the end of the day. Right, now they'll come out of other places as well, but, so we've got to, when the General Assembly decides to do that, it's go find the money. If we give raises inside any of our agencies, it's, you got a certain pot of money, that's all you got, figure it out.
So the General Assembly members take the credit and y'all gotta find the money.
Pretty much. They were good to us this year, Mr. Dodson. I would be thankful. There's a lot of money on the other page that they were helpful with. Yes, Ms. Hines.
So, Mr. Secretary, it always kind of hurts my heart to see state of good repair lose money and our high priority projects or the district grant, really any of these things that make up this 10.3 million.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed with you.
And I understand this is about the state's money. We were told that there were gonna be some uplift to some of the federal programs as a result of the IIJA. Are there offsets here where federal funds are gonna come in and kind of make up this difference, or are we gonna see an actual decrease next year of 4.1 million in state of good repair?
Ms. Farmer.
Yes, so this represents a true update of just the state revenue impacts coming out of the General Assembly session. What I will say is that that uplift that was planned, and we incorporated in the June assumptions because it was an off-cycle smart scale round, those monies are waiting for those rounds. Aside from what Kim is doing each month as she comes back to you for these smaller project increases, they're likely on balance entries waiting for those. In terms of state of good repair, we've moved forward and programmed those. She can probably describe the detail with which she took for state of good repair specifically, but it's generally incorporated in balance entries as we move the program forward.
Pryor, do you want to jump in? Or not?
I'm gonna go over it in my PowerPoint.
Okay, we'll wait.
Okay.
Fine, thank you. Mr. Lawson.
Just excuse me, just one moment, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Hines, to your point about the federal money. I think, and you saw previously when Laura did the presentation for, I guess, 23 or 22, where the uplift associated with IIJA was factored in. So those numbers are already there. So what you're now seeing is just a change associated with the revenue, state revenue estimate that looks like a deduct. but the plus was already there.
Right, so if we were looking at the
Net.
level, if we
If
were
you're looking at
looking
a
at the
net.
level of funding, we wouldn't see a dip, we would see it continuing or going up. Is that, when we look at all the sources together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Netted them together, yes.
yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda, Ms. Pryor.
Hello
Item
again.
9, the 6-year improvement program.
As Ms. Farmer mentioned, as a result of the changes to the 6-year financial plan assumptions, we have updated the FY '23 to '28 6-year improvement program that you adopted this past June to reflect those changes. And most importantly, note that it's a partial update to the 6-year program. We're only touching FY '23 and '24 to incorporate those adjustments Laura mentioned. Based on revised Commonwealth Transportation Fund assumptions, additional general fund allocations to specified uses, and then we've also addressed anticipated inflationary impacts on projects going to add in FY '23. This chart just shows the net impact over fiscal years '23 and '24 to these various core construction programs. We had already anticipated the uplift of the federal and state funding in the FY '23 program, so this just represents a slight reset to what we previously anticipated. In most cases, these funds, or in all cases, these funds were sitting on balance entries not allocated to projects, so no projects were cut in order for us to balance these programs. In terms of the specified uses for the general fund revenues, recall that the General Assembly directed $7 million in each fiscal year, '23 and '24, to multi-use trails for a total of $14 million. They also identified $79 million for regional multi-use trails. There's also funding identified for the I-64 gap between 205 and exit 234 of $470 million. $10 million towards the Nimmo Parkway here in Virginia Beach, and $5 million for preliminary engineering on the Norris Bridge in Middlesex County.
That bridge be renamed?
Excuse me?
I'm joking. I saw that bridge be renamed.
Norris Bridge.
So as the chief engineer reflected in the presentation earlier today, and as I mentioned a minute ago, we did a review of all projects scheduled to go to advertisement in fiscal year '23. We applied a certain inflationary factor based on when they were scheduled to go to ad within the year. And we went ahead and covered those anticipated cost increases proactively so that we're not coming back to you with an urgent request for a budget increase at award. These are the various programs that we addressed. You can see the number of projects. In total, it was 72 across the program. And the amount of money shown in the table is how much funding we added to projects in those major funding programs. So a total of $26.3 million impact to the 6-year program for inflationary adjustments on projects going to add in fiscal year '23. As you know, budget increases on smart scale projects require a specific board action because of the board's smart scale cost overrun policy, as shown on the slide. As I mentioned, there were 16 smart scale projects that had inflationary adjustments applied. 12 of those projects were within the board's threshold, so no further action is needed. However, 4 of those projects do exceed the thresholds established in the board's policy, so there is a specific action necessary. All of those cost increases, again, were funded from unallocated balances on a balance entry that had been surplus on previously selected projects. This table just shows all of the smart scale projects that had within threshold increases by district and the amount of money applied to each of them. So for a total of 12 projects, $3.95 million was added to cover anticipated unit costs and inflationary impacts. This slide shows the 4 smart scale projects that have beyond threshold increases and will require your specific action. There's one in Richmond District in Henrico County, the Richmond-Henrico Turnpike, Similarly, 3 projects in Lynchburg, one in the city of Lynchburg, Rivermont and Bedford Avenue intersection improvements. In the city of Danville, Arnett Boulevard sidewalk improvements, and in Charlotte County, Route 15 roundabout. The table shows the increase for each project and the revised smart scale budget and rank for each project. It's a lot of information on that table. I'm happy to answer any questions you have on that. All of these increases were funded with district grant funds. They were all originally funded with district grant funds as well. The budget increases have been staged in the revised 6-year program being presented to you later today for approval. And so included in the 6-year program adoption resolution is language specifically approving the smart scale budget increases for these 4 projects. So I'm happy to take any questions you might have on that or anything else for the revised program.
Questions from Ms. Pryor?
Mr. Secretary, I had one question.
Sir, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Kim. On your slide, I guess it's 4, I know last month we discussed the trails and we allocated $1 million each of the trails to do planning and study. You reference here the $79 million that was allocated by the General Assembly. Are there any limits or timeframes that money must be used?
The 79 million shown, I believe, is all state.
Yes, sir. Those funds are general fund dollars and would be subject to reappropriation under the current process. And so we would need, to work with the administration each year if those continue to sit in the general fund.
Secretary,
Smoot.
along the same lines, I recall something from our last meeting where we either allocated or were anticipated to allocate $1 million out of that pot, I think, to establish the State Trails Office.
Yes, sir.
And there were 5 projects that were identified in the House Appropriations Committee, action related to that $79 million. Now, the $1 million we took out, I assume, reduced by $1 million the 79 that was available for various projects by $1 million.
Yes, so there were 5 priority projects.
Right.
Mr. Lawson presented on those last month.
Right.
We've established sort of UPCs for each of those trails so that our staff can do some due diligence on the scope, the schedule, the estimate, much like we would do for a smart scale application, so you get a good solid scope and estimate. We've pulled that funding out and staged those projects also in this revised program for you, as well as the funding set aside to fund the State Trails Office as spelled out in the budget.
Thank you.
I'm gonna sit. Thank you, Ms. Pryor. The next item on the agenda is the authorization for the Commissioner of Highways to enter into a standard project agreement. Mr. Chris Hall.
Secretary, members of the board, we'll be coming back to you later this afternoon for your authorization provided to the Commissioner to enter into a standard project agreement to move forward with the interchange access report for the 464-64 interchange, and I just want to give you a little bit of background on that. If you recall, last year you did provide us through the IOEP program funding to address certain issues on this interchange. I'm going to sort of walk you through a couple of things we have going on here so it puts the what we're asking you for in a little bit better perspective. This is the interchange, I-64 interchange, just to the west of the high-rise bridge. Has been a choke point for us for quite a while. We just finished, last year we finished the safety analysis, which was part of our master tolling agreement and tolling policy requirement. We had a project identified as a key hotspot. This is a project that was funded, highlighted here in red is the construction of the eastbound to southbound egress point for this interchange. This project will provide an additional egress point off of 64, and also separate traffic traveling on 64 southbound, separate them between traffic going to Route 17 and Route 168. I just bring this up because there's multiple things going on at this interchange, and what we are asking for is moving forward with the interchange access report study required by FHWA for us to move forward with the full long-term solution to this interchange, which will eliminate the 2 loop ramps there that are X'd out, which is the northbound to eastbound access loop ramp, and then the eastbound to northbound loop access ramp at that interchange, to be replaced by conceptually by the ramps there indicated in orange. Again, this is required by FHWA for us to move forward. Study area indicated in the purple hatch lines. As I talked about, we're already moving forward on one project in that area as I described. Key here is HR TAC has already approved the $2.5 million to execute this study, which will allow us to move past the FHWA requirement and then eventually move into design for the long-term solution to this interchange. Again, we'll be asking for your permission, delegation to the Commissioner to enter into a standard project agreement with HR TAC in order to execute this interchange access report. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Sir.
Next item on the agenda is item 11, the Rockland Road over Norfolk Southern Railroad grade separation project. Joanne Maxwell. Good afternoon, Ms. Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me
Welcome.
okay?
You and Scott need to get a variable height sort of.
I've tried
Stand.
everything I could think of, and I just can't make things happen. Mr. Chair, I'm here to talk about the Rockland Road project in Stanton District. Rockland Road is a route that crosses or intersects Norfolk Southern's railroad, a portion of the tracks that enter or carry trains into and out of the inland port. The project itself is one that's already in the 6-year program. It basically will provide for a grade separation bridge, in essence, that will carry VDOT or will carry vehicle traffic over the railroad tracks. This project will enable or help prevent the delays that are associated sometimes with these long trains going into and out of the port. They'll help prevent the delays associated or presented to traffic. Also, the bridge is being built highly enough or at such a height that the double stack trains will be able to pass under it, and so that will facilitate rail movement or freight movement as well. There's a depiction on this next slide of the project itself. The alignment for the bridge is going right over the railroad tracks. It's very close to the existing alignment of the roadway. What's really at play here, and the request that we are presenting to the board actually this afternoon as well, would be to authorize VDOT, the commissioner, to execute an agreement with the Virginia Port Authority for purposes of funding. VDOT will be administering this project. The Port Authority has applied for and received a grant from the Maritime Association for this project. In order for VDOT to administer this project and receive federal funding, we've got to enter into this agreement with the Port Authority. The reason we're coming back today, presenting to you and also asking for authorization to enter into this agreement, again, is the timeline associated primarily with the federal grant that has some relatively tight timelines, and so VDOT feels like we need to go ahead and progress up to the right-of-way phase, and we would like to be able to use the federal funds for that phase. So what we will be asking you to do is just simply authorize VDOT to, or the commissioner to execute an agreement with the Port Authority, and that is to facilitate and enable the federal funds, the merit grant agreement funding, to be used for this project. And we will then, as the project proceeds, we're first planning to start with the right-of-way phase, but then we'll eventually get to construction phases, et cetera. So that is the ask. That's the reason for the agreement. It's primarily to enable us to use, or to have enable the port to provide us funding for this project. And again, this is a project that the port has asked VDOT to administer because it does involve a roadway and it's over the railroad. So that is the gist of this issue.
Questions? I see Ms. Barbara Nelson's in the back. She's got the door blocked. I think that means that we have to vote yes during the action meeting, or she's not letting us out. Is that what that means, Ms. Nelson? No, ma'am, it doesn't mean that. You're just here to support.
Exactly, and appreciate the support.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I apologize, I did not advance these slides, I don't think.
We had them in the book.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions, any further questions? All right, that wraps up our regular monthly items, but we've got a couple directors and commissioners' reports, and I'll call on Director DeBrule.
Just a couple of quick things from DRPT this month. You have in your folder and electronically a director's report. There's some good information about what's going on at DRPT and a lot of performance data. We continue to see really strong ridership. Mike McLaughlin told you earlier about Amtrak. We had all-time record ridership in August and the highest September ridership ever, not an all-time record, but a record high for September on Amtrak. So that's going well. Virginia Breeze is doing well, and we are continuing to see ridership recovery on our transit system. So that's all good news. The other thing that I wanted to mention to you is you should also have a copy of our annual report. This is the little glossy. We submit a much heftier report to the General Assembly, so this is something new. I just wanted you to have that to take with you today as well.
If you open up the report, guess who you get to see right up front? Looking good, Mr. Brule. Very nice. Nicely done. I wonder where the secretary is in here. Oh, he didn't make the publication. That was really smart of you, Mr. Brule, because he would have detracted from it, I can assure
I have very talented communications.
Are they still employed?
They're currently stuck in the HRBT.
Yeah, and they're not going to get out for the day. Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I don't have anything for today's meeting, and I'll defer until December.
Wow.
That's a first.
Well, if I got a couple things to say. Mr. Dodson.
Yes, sir.
You driving back today? Flying. You're flying, oh, really?
Yeah, I'll eat now if you want.
I may need to call Mr. Campbell and arrange that flight for you. It's
Yes.
going to be delayed, I had to tell you. I'm so sorry. You know, I probably shouldn't digress, but I will. But couple things. One of our members told me that we had surprised them by some of the project selections because we didn't socialize it, the smart scale projects, and I want to apologize to the board for that. I'm unfamiliar with that process before. I haven't been on the board for a number of years. But I'll make sure everybody's sort of up to speed individually about projects and why we think they're important. So please understand it was not purposeful. It was just chain of events. Number two, we are blessed today to have a friend here who I didn't see until a little while ago, Mr. Stephen Johnson. Steve, will you wave at us? Mr. Johnson is a esteemed former member and good friend and missed, and one of my favorite colleagues. Certainly glad to have you here, sir, and we had some fun together. We'll continue to, because I've got some things I'd like you to help me with.
He'll be joining
And
us.
Mr. Britch will be very excited to hear about that. I haven't told him yet, but I can tell already that he's excited.
He'll be joining us tonight, Mr. Secretary.
He'll be joining us tonight. That's even better.
As will
Thank you.
Mr. Melvin, I
As
understand.
Now, that's a whole different matter.
I figure we should acknowledge
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, well,
Get somebody to buy the drinks.
yes. Deputy, can we have some law enforcement on Princess Anne Road South? I'll give you a couple license plate numbers and just might have an opportunity to do a little checkup. I'm just kidding. We'll be excited to see Mr. Malvin as well. You know, that's the tough part about being on boards like this, when people rotate off, and a lot of us don't get to see them again. In my case, I get to see Mr. Melvin a bit, and Mr. Johnson a bit, because they're in my neck of the woods, but some of the folks I've served with previously, you know, you just don't see again, and it's sort of sad. But we'll be excited to see both of them tonight. So with that, I have nothing else to say, so I'm gonna adjourn the workshop meeting, and then I'm gonna call to order the action meeting, so I'm calling that to order. And the first item on the agenda, do I have the action meeting book yet? Is, I think, is public comment. And so another good friend, Mr. Jim Outland, is here. He's top on the list. Mr. Outland, you want to join us? Is he here? Where'd he go? It's on before. Jim Outland. We'll pass him by. We'll come back to him. Mr. Spencer Murray, Rails to Trails Eastern Shore.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you so
Mr.
much,
Murray.
Mr.
Welcome.
Secretary.
Appreciate you coming out today.
Thank you, and Commissioner, members of the board. I am Spencer Murray. I'm a former chairman of the Board of Supervisors in Northampton County. I am currently president and chief executive officer of Canoni Atlantic Company, which owns all of the corridor on the Eastern Shore for our rail operations. 5 years ago, the current operator of the Eastern Shore Rail, Bay Coast Railroad, was in financial extremis, and the operator, as well as the person to whom it was leased, wanted to go out of business. They had had a 30-year lease. They had operated for 12 years. But for a host of reasons, which I will not go into, it was in financial stress. There was clearly a lack of carloads and so forth. But we knew at that time that we had, even if he went out of business, we had to save the corridor. We had to do it for the people of the Eastern Shore, and also because our broadband runs right along underneath of our corridor. And Hampton Road Sanitation District today is putting a force main in to connect some of our towns for sewer, for wastewater processing. I was chairman of the Board of Supervisors at the time, and in conjunction with Mr. Ron Wolf, who you'll hear in a moment, and the other Accomack leadership, we decided we had to save the railroad. The first meeting I went to, I was told that we had $800 in the bank and that we needed to hire 2 lawyers. I didn't resign at that moment, lack of judgment, but anyway, we got busy. And we said, okay, we've got a railroad. What can we do? We signed long-term leases for our Little Creek operations with Buckingham Branch Railroad out of Dillwyn, Virginia. And Steve Powell, and they've been a great partner. They've invested over there heavily. They've gotten up the rail traffic and so forth. And then to the north, from Hallwood to Pocomoke on our track, we partnered with Delmarva Central Railroad, which is, as you know, probably a subsidiary of Carload Express. The 49.5 miles, however, from Cape Charles to Hallwood just had really no financial reason to exist. Bayshore Concrete, as most of you know, Skanska sold that. The people who own it now are largely using barge in and out of Cape Charles. They didn't need rail traffic. Propane dried up, and a host of other reasons. We knew that we had to save it, so we went to the trails, the National Trails Act, and we chose to abandon but also convert to a trail. We believe that this trail, first of all, it connects that town, so the purpose, safety is a consideration for us. People they walk that track all the time, so obviously when it's a trail, they'll use it as well. We need to keep people off Route 13. I promise, Mr. Secretary, we will track the usage. I promise that we will do that. For those of us who live on the Eastern Shore, we know that Route 13 is not a part of the formal interstate system. But if license plates tell a story at all, I can tell you it is an interstate. And we need to do everything we can to keep our people, our tourists, and everyone off of Route 13. So let me just, and we look forward, by the way, to working with the new State Trails Office. I hope that will happen. But let me close, Mr. Secretary, by first of all thanking that gentleman over there, Mr. Steve Johnson. He's been with us, he's attended our meetings, and he's been a great support. I'd like to thank this board. I'd like to thank Department of Rails and Public Transportation, and obviously the new authority. And on behalf of all of our citizens, we are really, really excited on the Eastern Shore about this, and we're ready to get going. Thank you very much.
Mr. Murray, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we find ourselves in a little bit of a different space, which we're glad to accept when the General Assembly allocated this general fund money to trails. There's a myriad of organizations that sort of oversee trails in Virginia. And the things I was speaking to had more to do with pedestrian and bike specific in some of our more urban areas. But, and trails are different. Trails, a lot of our trails, I'm familiar with the High Bridge Trail that I've spent some time on, the Capitol Trail, which is magnificent, and others are all about quality of life and recreation. And but Eastern Shore Trail is actually a little bit different in the sense, and I'm well familiar with your route, having used it many times. It is the road up and down that peninsula of Virginia. 13 is, and the trail and the railroad is adjacent to it. And unfortunately, the Eastern Shore is not the wealthiest part of Virginia either. And a lot of people walk up and down the road. I mean, they just do. That's how they get places. You see a fair amount of that. So we certainly understand and appreciate you coming out.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm gonna go backwards, and Mr. Outland's now in the room, so I'm gonna ask him to speak. And remember, we're trying to adhere to about 3-minute rule, Mr. Outland. I gave you great latitude at the last meeting.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary, you did.
I'm gonna hold you down to 12 minutes this time.
Well, I appreciate your patience, and I'm thrilled to again speak to the board and to have Mr. Murray here and also Mr. Wolf, who you're going to hear from shortly. I just will be brief at this time to just point out or ask the question. We understand the $79 million is in the budget, but we also were awarded a $2.5 million federal grant, a community funds grant, to build the first 2.3 miles of the trail. And we weren't sure whether that $2.5 million is included in the 79 or whether that's going to be separate. That might need some research or.
I don't, Ms. Pryor, I think it's separate. In fact, I'm certain it's separate.
It is separate. It's a grant, and it's reflected in the revised program.
Perfect.
So they'll be separate, Mr. Allen.
Great. Then I yield my time back to the chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Ron Wolf has joined us as well. Mr. Wolf, thank you for being here today. Welcome.
Thank you,
Always
Secretary
a pleasure
Miller.
to see you, sir.
Great to see you again, sir. Commissioner and members of the board, this is somewhat of a different view for me. Usually I'm sitting where you all sit. I'm about to begin my 20th year on the Accomack County Board of Supervisors. That's 5 terms. I've been chairman 4 different times. I'm also the chairman of the Wallops Island Leadership Council, Vice Chairman of the 911 Commission, and Chairman of the Solid Waste Commission in Accomack County. What we're looking for today is your guidance. As Mr. Outland mentioned, we received a earmark. I know is not a good word, but that's what they call it now again, an earmark for $2.5 million to begin our process of building a trail on the Eastern Shore. So we're looking for your guidance to help us and enable us to move forward. We've heard that maybe that's not enough money to get us started on the first 2.3 miles. So again, we're looking for your help to get us in the right direction. Earlier this morning, and I know Mr. Murray mentioned, Mr. Secretary, you spoke about safety. The Eastern Shore, as you said, is very, very unique. Route 13, or Interstate 13, as we like to call it, is very, very dangerous. The amount of deadly accidents this year has probably succumbed anything in the past. So to get pedestrians and cyclists off the road would be a great, great asset for the Commonwealth. You talked about pedestrians and people walking the roads of the Eastern Shore. I walk 2 miles of my road from my house out to the highway every day. If I happen to go between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, I'm succumbed by traffic that's leaving Wallops Island to get home. So cars buzz by me pretty rapidly at times. So far, I haven't had to jump in a ditch, but I'm holding my breath. So with that being said, we have between 50 and 55,000 residents in both counties. This is a regional approach to build this trail that would receive the benefits of having a trail on the Eastern Shore. Economically, we know that other trails that we've seen, the economic benefit of new businesses that spring up along the trail are beneficial. We have many, many towns that the trail would go through that are historically railroad towns, Parksley being probably the one that most people recognize, along with Cape Charles. So we feel that if we can get your guidance to move forward, get this trail built, that it would be a great asset to the Commonwealth, and we just look forward to your help. Mr. Secretary, I hope to see you in Accomack County again November the 6th. It's an early launch this time, 5:50 in the morning. It's a Sunday. The only forgiving thing is that it's also daylight savings time, so you get an extra hour. But hope to see you then.
Mr. Wolf, we love those launches, and
Yes, sir.
I think you may be seeing me in December.
Very good.
Perhaps not. I got a family weekend in November. We will see.
Well, Rocket Lab is, they're anticipating their first launch from Wallops Island before the end of the year, so, and then they're anticipating one a month, so we look forward to seeing
And
it.
if I can say, that's going to be an exciting day to take a Virginia payload and Hawkeye 360 and
Exactly.
shoot it out of a Virginia spaceport up into the sky into space. That's a unique day, and I anticipate we'll be there for that as well.
Yes, the Rocket Lab's first launch pad was completed about 2 to 3 years ago, and we're looking forward for the first launch.
Of many. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. George Mapp. Mr. Mapp, there you are. Welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, sir.
I'm George Mapp. I'm a board member of the Eastern Shore Rail Trail Foundation, and I'm the president of the Citizens for a Better Eastern Shore. We have about 1,300 members, and we send out a monthly newsletter covering local issues in depth. And we've been supporting the bike trail, advocating for the bike trail for about 4 or 5 years now. And for all the reasons that have been mentioned, public health, safety for our kids, to give our kids a safe place to ride their bikes. Tourism, we see tourism as our economic future, and our challenge is to get the motorists to stop and pull over and visit our restaurants and convenience stores and motels along Route 13, and we think that a landscape trail would be ideal for that purpose, running right along the highway. I've been going around at public events and with a poster and a table and promoting the trail, and what everybody wants to know is, when is this trail going to be built? And that's what we appeal to you to help us actually get it done. We've mostly removed the rails and the ties, and I explained to people that we have this $2.5 million earmark, and also there's money in the state budget, and they say, okay, well, when is it going to happen? So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully
Thank you, Mr. Mapp.
we'll have a
Appreciate you
nice
coming
trail
out.
here.
Also, nicely, when, I think when they looked at this project initially, they were factored in some money to remove the rails and remove the ties, and they found out somebody would give them money to do that, which was outstanding. So that helped you get going. Gentlemen, this isn't really a back and forth, but, we're setting up the Trails office. We've identified a couple key people to work in that office. And so if you'll reach out to us at VDOT, we'll certainly get started with you on the process. Thank you for being here. Mr. Travis Davidson scratched his name off the list, but I see him in the door, so I'm going to unscratch you, Mr. Davidson. And welcome. Nice to see you, sir.
Very nice to see you, Secretary Miller. Thank you so much for seeing me in the back and allowing me to speak.
Pull that thing out of there if you can. There you go.
Yeah, it's a little low for me. Sorry. Very nice to meet the rest of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I'm dressed a little less formal than you. I just came from a phys ed class at Larchmont Elementary, Sheppenmai's neighborhood in Norfolk. I'm a board member on the Virginia Bike Federation Board, and we're trying to import a very successful bike education class that Alexandria City Public Schools has instituted in all of their third grade classes. They started with a pilot project in 2016, and by 2019, all the parents wanted it for all their kids. So we're trying to expand that across the state. In Norfolk, we're working with the Norfolk Public Schools now in their phys ed classes for the third graders for our pilot project, and want to then expand that. And we have a lot of strong support from the principal who bikes to school, as well as the school board members. I'm here today, though, to talk to you on behalf of myself and the Southampton Roads Trail. I've been engaged with the Southampton Roads Trail since 2014 when I was a board member on the Tidewater Bicycle Association board and the vice president and president of that organization. So that trail is a 41-mile trail that connects Suffolk to the Virginia Beach oceanfront. And you'll hear a little bit later about how Virginia Beach is requesting support for their rail trail from Newtown Road to the oceanfront. Norfolk is pursuing their connection from downtown Norfolk to Newtown Road. Portsmouth is pursuing their High Street. They received a $19.3 million federal raise grant this year for improvements on High Street, which is part of the Southampton Roads Trail. Suffolk's built part of theirs and it has some more money from the Transportation Board. Thank you so much for that. As well as Chesapeake has some funding to continue building their portion. So I'm here to ask for funds from the State Trails Office funding for those projects. As I understand it today, those funds are $5 million has been distributed, or up to $5 million, and the rest is still under consideration. So I'd ask for your support for building this important part of the trail system for the Hampton Roads region as well as the state. I wanted to let you know about a trail that the Trans-American Trail starts in Oregon and travels all the way to Yorktown, they've sent a letter to Virginia Beach saying they want to move that trail to cross the Jamestown Ferry and go into Virginia Beach oceanfront so that their riders that start in Oregon can go all the way across to the Atlantic Ocean. So that trail support letter has been sent and is included in Virginia Beach's grant package. So there's a possibility for tourism money from all these coast-to-coast riders to come through there. It's also part of the East Coast Greenway, as well as the Beaches Bluegrass Trail, the Trans-American Trail. There's just a lot of potential in our area, and I just ask for your support in that.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Thanks for coming out today.
Yeah.
Go Larchmont School.
Nice to see you today.
See you, sir.
Good to see you soon.
Our next speaker is Mr. Rob Whitfield. Welcome, Mr. Whitfield. Welcome to Virginia Beach.
Mr. Secretary, members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, I don't know how to tell you, but the Transportation Board is supposed to represent all of Virginia, and all I see on your agenda today is to do with projects in Southern Virginia. Now, I did ask you earlier in the year about when you're coming to Northern Virginia, and you said, well, we can't arrange it yet. I did suggest the 60th anniversary of Dulles Airport was a good opportunity for you to come north, but never heard anything back. Situations in Northern Virginia are bad and getting worse. Safety is a priority. We talk about, I didn't get here till almost noon, so I don't know what happened in the first proceedings, but on I-66 outside the Beltway, I suspect if you had the facts that you'd probably find there've been more accidents in that 15, 20-mile stretch of highway between Merrifield and Gainesville than anywhere else in Virginia. Almost every day there are several accidents. The management of that project in terms of safety has been horrible. But even worse, the new toll lanes opening up appear to not make any provisions for safety. And I did email you last month about what are the limitations on the use of hazardous materials in trucks and so on. Never got any answer. I did talk with John a little bit after the presentation this morning on 95, and I recalled prior to the construction of the toll lanes, there used to be variable speed limit signs on 66 between, let's say, between Gainesville and Fairfax City area. So I don't see anything happening to put back. I mean, it wouldn't be the same signs as before, but probably similar to what's on 95. And I guess this lady is from Stafford County. I haven't met you. You're one of the places I complained about safety was 5 years ago was the exit from 126 getting off I-95 south to go to Route 1, and where you get off to the right there's a downhill, and I nearly got rear-ended by a truck about 5 years ago, and there's a small sign, very small sign, not illuminated. So I still foresee, unless the grade is changed there, I foresee accidents occurring there. Now, to the broader issue of safety, I suggested to John Lynch, this Commonwealth needs a public safety commissioner whose jurisdiction would not just be roads, but also ports, airports, and so on. I don't know what has been done in terms of implementing after the snowmageddon of January 2022, but quite clearly, I just only scanned the reports that some measures that had been proposed previously haven't been implemented. I don't know what this board has done in 2022. There are so many issues. I mean, the Metro rail system is continuing into a cascade of chaos. And for those who don't follow this, whereas most of the focus has been on the Series 7000 rail cars and the wheel problems, several stories a month ago reported that they had had similar problems with previous trains, And the possibility was that the track was the problem rather than the railcar wheels. I've tried in the last 10 days to get, nobody wants to give me any information. In fact, let's be very fair. I've asked, I try to maintain an average of about one a day message on transportation, as Secretary Miller and others know. The only communication I've had from anybody in Virginia, and I've talked to the governor 3 times. Steve Cummings, the finance secretary, did call me about 2 months ago, and the issue was tolls. And what can we do to make tolling more equitable for the people who live outside the Beltway in Northern Virginia? I was told that there was some kind of study of tolls was occurring. I haven't heard anything. I can tell you that last month, back in July, the Airport Authority Board acted unilaterally in just saying, well, there's a cost overrun of $250 million. The toll road users should be responsible for 75%. No justification, no explanation. We were just told that this was a decision made between the Commonwealth and the Airport Authority some time ago. Well, as to the phase 2 of the Silver Line, and I was on the board of the Committee for Dallas for almost 20 years until I was kicked off because I opposed tolls being used for the rail project, that they've had all sorts of technical construction difficulties with phase 2, and that they were using epoxy to cover up problematic concrete. We need some assurances that the toll road users in the Dulles Toll Road are not going to be held liable for construction deficiencies. The Commonwealth has been sadly absent from any kind of involvement in what's going on in Northern Virginia. I ask you to consider how you can best, and don't forget that DRPT was the one who did the environmental impact statement back between 2002 and 2004, and then half the staff of DRPT joined MWA to build the project in which they're very deficient EIS. To consider the fact that Loudoun County Transit, which was started about 2002, they didn't even talk about the impact on passenger demand. I can only tell you when the good lady, whose name I can't remember now, spoke in 2012 prior to the approval of phase 2 in Loudoun County, she said their survey showed that 90% of the riders of Loudoun County would prefer to continue to use the buses instead of using the train. So I don't know what kind of studies on market demand were ever done. I do know that when Desmond Parking said to the Loudoun County Board, they were asked, what happened to the studies of forecast of demand? And the principal of Desmond said, they were either destroyed or discarded. So we've never had reliable, and I've been asking questions to do with, in fact, Steve Petard was the one who told me in 2016, we don't require financial reports annual financial reports for major transit projects. By contrast, highway projects of 100 million or more do require such. So I could go on for hours, gentlemen and ladies, but the question is, when is this board going to do something to address some of the issues in Northern Virginia for a change? Nobody from Fairfax County is on this board. We have almost 1.2 million people. I did suggest to Secretary Valentine a couple of years ago that we create 2 suburban members instead of having just 2 rural and 2 urban members. In Northern Virginia, 600,000 people live inside the Beltway, 2 million people outside the Beltway. We need to be represented in this process. And I intend to go on Thursday to talk to the Joint House and Senate Transportation Committee, and I would hope you can give me some cause to be more positive when I speak on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think all of us represent all of Virginia. Mr. Whitfield, that's our charge. There's about 8.6 million Virginians that each of us represent, not whether they're from Richmond or whether they're from Southwest Virginia or whether they're from Virginia. And frankly, I think our board does a good job. I appreciate your input and your involvement. Frankly, sir, I cannot, and I'm not going to, respond to every email you send me, because if I did, I could not do the rest of my job. So you've had your time, Mr. Whitfield. I'm having mine. Thank you very much. I'll let you go on for 11 minutes. You had 3. But, you know, at some point, I'm tired of you criticizing this board who works very hard. I'm tired of hearing we don't represent folks across Virginia, because it's not true. I'm sorry there's no one from Fairfax. I don't appoint the board, nor do anybody on this board decide whether they're suburban or urban members. That's a legislative thing. So, you know, I suggest you talk to the Transportation Committee and the legislature. They're the ones that can change that. But in the meantime, I think this board does an outstanding job. They spent a lot of time of their own to represent you and 8.599 million other people in Virginia. And frankly, I'm very pleased with what they do. I'm sorry that there are no projects from Northern Virginia on your list. We have billions and billions and billions of dollars of project going on in Northern Virginia, from Fredericksburg all the way north. You know that. And just because they're not on the agenda doesn't mean something isn't going to happen. Oh, by the way, about 8 or 10 of these things are statewide, have nothing to do with any particular region or place. So I'm sorry you feel the way you do. I think our board does an outstanding job, and we will continue to try to do our best to represent you and everyone else across the Commonwealth. But I got to tell you, these folks work very hard, and I think we're all blessed to have them here joining with us of their own free will and on their own time. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Who happens to be Mr. Steve Lambert. Mr. Lambert, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Appreciate you guys, all that you're doing today. This is my first CTV member. I work for the City of Virginia Beach. I'm a bike and trails planner there with the Parks and Rec Department. Used to be with HRTPO. I was their regional trails planner there. Listening today, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys for your candid conversations about the trails, the funding, the planning, the Office of Trails that you guys are working on. The new funding is appreciated in our region, and not just our region, but across the state. I have friends across the state, Kat Anthony with the Virginia Capital Trail Foundation, all the way to us. You know, we work together on a constant basis to try to get this funding, funding for projects that we see. It was good to see Eastern Shore here, which connects back to our trails too in Virginia Beach. I have my good friend and partner with the Elizabeth River Trail, Norfolk, who here's today with me too. And I just want to say thank you guys for all the work you guys are doing. I look forward to my new position with the City of Virginia Beach. I think our Hampton Roads region, we're trying to take the lead when it comes to trail planning. And we have some great localities that are working together to get things funded. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Appreciate you being here. Our final speaker signed up is Kendra Green. Hello, Ms. Green. If there's anyone else that wants to speak that didn't sign up, just wave when this is over and I'll call you on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary and Board.
Welcome.
Since I'm the last speaker, I really do not want to take much of your time. You've been sitting here, and I'm really just here to also say thank you. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, particularly with bike, pedestrian, infrastructure, and trails. I am the executive director of the Elizabeth River Trail Foundation. As a nonprofit, we are fairly young, just 6 years, but we really are a rails to trails legacy. We were gifted our trail from Norfolk Southern back in the 90s, and we have board members that have been with our foundation from its beginning, community leaders that remember running the rail ties from the railroads all along the Norfolk area. And I'm really here speaking on behalf of our entire foundation to say thank you from those community leaders who remember 20 years ago that bike and pedestrian infrastructure and trails would not have been brought up to the table in these meetings, and they are now. So we appreciate that. We thank you. We're so grateful that there is an Office of Trails, and we appreciate that connectivity to the region. We're working really hard in Norfolk to connect all the way from the Naval Station to Newtown Road at the Virginia Beach line, in the hopes that Virginia Beach will go from Newtown Road to the oceanfront, and someday we can go from the Naval Station, the greatest naval station and biggest in the world, to the oceanfront by bike or by foot. And so we ask that you consider that with your funding. But thank you for what you do and for your time. Thank you.
Green, thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Tell us your name and you get up.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'm Dr. Don Heineman. I'm the project director for the Shenandoah Rail Trail Exploratory Partnership that will run a rail from Broadway to Front Royal. That's a 50-mile trail. I was not planning on speaking today until I saw this amazing number of other folks speaking about trails. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I would only point out that we don't own our corridor, but we've been negotiating for over a year now with Norfolk Southern, with our consultant, the Conservation Fund. We do have a time crunch, and I'll just remind you about that and talk to you separately from here, just because we have an appraisal of the 50-mile corridor, and it was finished in January of this year. Those aren't good forever. And Norfolk Southern is willing and anxious to sell it to us. Why is the CTB involved? Because we need, within the constraints of our feasibility study, we need the ability to get permission to negotiate within that framework. With the estimate was between 15 and 25 million for acquisition. Once we acquire it, we have a capital campaign plan. We also have some federal money that is being appropriated in this upcoming fiscal year. I'm going to stop there and stick to my 3 minutes, and thank you all very much for this very long meeting.
Doctor, if you'll follow up with our trails folks, I'm sure they'll be of assistance to you. Anyone else like to speak? Thank all the speakers for coming out. It does make a difference to us to hear from folks, and we truly want to hear from you. Thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from September 21st. They've been distributed in your previously to each of you. Is there any corrections or changes?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, we're moving to the Maintenance Division. Mr. Robbie Prezioso, action on commemorative naming of the Route 685 Chalk Level Road.
Good afternoon, sir. Got three naming items this afternoon. The first one is in the Lynchburg District. It's for to honor Deputy Sheriff J. Holland Thomas Sr. Pittsylvania County in August passed a resolution to name a bridge on Route 685 Chalk Level Road. This is over Route 29 in Pittsylvania County. Deputy Thomas was shot in the line of duty when he was attempting to arrest a man that was accused of a killing. Deputy Thomas was shot at that time and eventually had to retire from the Sheriff's Department, and just a few years later passed away. This was after 33 years with the Sheriff's Department. The Department of Transportation has reviewed this and finds no opposition and recommends your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson.
Mr. Secretary, I move the resolution.
Second.
Mr. Dodson moves and Deputy Byers seconds. All in favor, please stand. Thank you very much. Second item is the action on the commemorative naming of the bridge on State Route 6, Irish Road.
Yes, sir. This item also in Lynchburg District is the naming of the Jeffrey E. Miles Memorial Bridge. This is Route 6 Irish Road over the Norfolk Southern Railroad in Nelson County. In August of this year, the County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution for this to honor Mr. Miles. He began working as a young man at the ripe age of 13 at the local Lambert store in Faber. And he walked the railroad every day to go to work. That began a lifetime of tirelessly volunteering with the community, over 45 years with the fire department, as well as 30 years with the rescue squad. He served as an officer of the elections. He was on the Board of Zoning Appeals. He worked basically with Nelson County for over 30 years until he passed away in February 2021. The department has reviewed this and recommends your approval.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Dodds will make a motion to
Mr.
pass
Dodson.
resolution.
Moved.
Second.
Deputy Byers, please signify your affirmative vote by standing. Thank you very much. For the record, when Ms. Mathis and I stand, we're doing so out of respect because we don't vote, but we're just doing this out of respect. Item 3, action on commemorative naming of the bridge of State Route 65, the Sinking Creek Highway over the Clinch River, as the Jack D. Collins Memorial Bridge. Mr. Prozioso.
Yes, sir. This item in Bristol District in Scott County is the Scott County Board of Supervisors in September passed a resolution to name the bridge on Route 65 over the it's Sinking Creek Highway over the Clinch River to be named the Jack D. Collins Memorial Bridge. Mr. Collins was drafted into the Army just after his 18th birthday, and he served with the battalion through the World War II. Major battles that he fought in Europe from D-Day to Cherbourg to Kürtgen Forest to the Battle of the Bulge. He received numerous decorations while in the Army, the American Theater Ribbon, the European African Middle Eastern Ribbon with 1 silver star, a Good Conduct Medal, a Distinguished Unit Badge, Bronze Arrowhead, and the World War II Victory Medal. After World War II, he went to work in Dungannon for the Moss 1 preparation plant for the Clinchfield Coal Company. He also served on the Dungannon Town Council and was also mayor for over 25 years. Mr. Collins passed away in 2009. The Department of Transportation has reviewed this and recommends your approval.
Please signify, are there any questions? May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Mr.
This
Folks
recommendation.
moves.
Second.
Mr. Dodson seconds. Please signify your affirmative vote by surprising. Thank you very much. Ms. Farmer. Next item on the agenda is action on one corridor program revenue bonds.
Good afternoon. Resolution is the second and third supplemental indentures, as well as the drafted loan agreements for both the rural and regular loans. Changes will be made to the rural loan to conform to the regular loan as we continue to work through those negotiations with TIFIA, but all the final major terms have been determined. Virtually today, I've been joined by George Scruggs, who served as bond counsel for this transaction and has worked with us on I-81 for several years, and also PFM with Joanne Carter and Leon Sean. And they are here in case I have any questions from you all that I cannot answer.
Transportation contract revenue refunding bonds.
Yes, sir. As I briefed last month, the Route 28 Transportation District is considering issuing revenue refunding bonds by the end of the calendar year, and this resolution allows the chairman to sign the particular documents that are needed and authorize the defeasance.
Motion to approve?
So moved, Mr.
Ms. Hines moves.
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 6.
Item 6 is the revised fiscal year 23 budgets for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and VDOT. It also restates the funding that was included in the 22 budget prior to General Assembly action of $115.8 million and allocates those funds to projects that are ready for the Spaceflight Authority and the I-64 gap.
Can I have this one?
Yes, sir. Please, Mr. Brown.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Casper, seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Moving on, Ms. Pryor, to action item number 7.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Item number 7 is my normal monthly transfers, and I recommend your approval.
Mr. Secretary, move approval.
Ms. Hines moves. Dr. Smoot seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 8.
Mr. Secretary, the next 5 items are related to smart scale cancellations and budget increases from the city of Charlottesville. Did you want me to do those individually?
Does anybody care if we take them as a block, or does anybody want to do them individually?
Block, please.
I think we ought to do them individually. Just kidding.
We did that last month.
I know. We'll take them as a block without objection.
So I'm recommending 3 smart scale projects for cancellation in the city of Charlottesville: Preston and Grady Avenue, West Main Street Phase 2, West Main Street Phase 3. In addition, there are 2 budget increases. One district grant fund budget increase for the Fontaine Avenue streetscape, and 1 budget increase for the hydraulic and Route 29 project with high priority funds. And I recommend your approval for all 5.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Got lost. Who made the motion?
Darrell.
Darrell. Deputy Byers moves. Who made the second?
Greg.
All right, Greg seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Are we on 13? No, yeah. Be on 14, right? Did we take 13? All right, item 13, sorry.
Item 13 is a smart scale budget increase of $2.3 million for the I-95 Exit 126 project for award in Fredericksburg District. I briefed you on it earlier today, and I recommend your approval.
Ms. Sellers.
Move approval.
Second.
Ms. Sellers moves, Mr. Dotson seconds. Is there any discussion? Want to discuss it, Ms. Sellers? You good with it?
I'm fine with the project, sir. I just gotta give Spotsylvania a little grief
I
sometimes.
know. Ooh, ooh. Shots fired. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any extensions? Abstentions, excuse me. Thank you very much. Item 14.
Item 14 is a proposed revised FY 23 to 28 6-year improvement program with the addition of 4 smart scale budget increases, as I briefed you on a few minutes ago, and I recommend your approval.
So moved.
Second.
So Ms. Hines moves.
Second.
Got a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 15.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. You have before you a resolution for item 15, location decision for the Bowers Hill Interchange Improvement Study Environmental Impact Statement. The resolution identifies alternative C as previously presented to the board as the preferred alternative. The resolution further states that should Federal Highway Administration and VDOT receive substantive comments on the draft EIS that requires CTV to reconsider its action, the CTV would be briefed by VDOT prior to asking Federal Highway to conclude NEPA with a record of decision. This resolution would be subject to the new board policy that requires it be revisited should the project not advance after 3 years. With that, I recommend your approval.
Mr. Stant.
Move approval.
Mr. Coleman.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, sir. Item 16, Ms. Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, the first item 16 is an item I briefed you on last month. This is a request that the board take action and approve the recommended decisions or recommended proposals for final disposition of the regulations that were reviewed under the periodic regulatory review process. In summary, we're recommending 5 regulations be retained as is. The 6th regulation we're recommending be amended for purposes to accommodate a technical change in the code relating to funding streams and funding programs. We're asking that the board approve VDOT's recommendations and then give the commissioner authority to take all actions necessary to implement those changes. For purposes of the regulation that's being amended, we will bring the proposed amendments back to this board before the amendments are actually proposed and submitted to Town Hall.
So move.
Mr. Yates moves, Ms. Hines seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 17.
Mr. Chair, this 17 is the item I just briefed you on shortly a little bit ago. This item would authorize Commissioner of Highways to execute an agreement with the Port Authority, Virginia Port Authority, for purposes of implementing the Rockland Road Improvement Project, and would thus enable the availability and expenditure of federal grant funds.
Mr. Merrill moves.
This is going to make people very happy in that area.
Second.
Mr. Gaspard seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Heltzel, item 18.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My agenda item is the location approval of the northern 5 miles of the Fall Line Trail. It has elements in the town of Ashland, Hanover County, and Henrico County. This is a project that the department will be responsible for the construction and maintenance. It has been through a study phase and location hearings in May. And we do have letters of support from the town and the 2 respective counties. And the department recommends the approval of the location.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Move. Second.
Mr. Folks moves, Mr. Merrill seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Number 19, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, request the board's authority to authorize the commissioner to enter into a standard project agreement with the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission for the development of the I-64, I-464 interchange access report. HR TAC has approved $2.5 million, fully funding this study. Recommend your approval.
So moved. Mr. Coleman moves. Mr. Stantz seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Ms. Grant Sparks, item number 20.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 2 items, both of which were presented to the board in September and have been endorsed by the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee. The first are changes to the policy for implementation of state transit capital prioritization, and we recommend approval.
So moved.
Ms. Hines moves. Second, do we need a second?
Second.
Sellers seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 21.
Item 21, these are changes to the guidelines for urban transit agency strategic plans. Again, the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee has endorsed this, and we also recommend approval.
Move approval.
Ms. Hines moves.
Second.
Mr. Gaspard seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Burrell.
Mr. Secretary, item 22 is a rail industrial access project. We briefed you on this last month. It's located in the city of Salem, would allocate $450,000 in rail industrial access funds to be matched with $950,000 in private investment to construct a 1,800 feet of rail spur to increase capacity, carry 900 carloads, and shift shipments of steel into this building facility from truck to rail. And we recommend your approval.
Dr. Smoot?
Mr. Chairman, move approval.
Got a second from Mr. Kasperitz. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. With any abstentions?
All right, item 23 is action on the WMATA annual reporting requirements. I briefed you on this last month. We've gone through our due diligence at DRPT and also with the Office of the Attorney General, found WMATA to be in compliance and are not recommending any withholding of funding as provided by the Code of Virginia, and recommend your approval.
So moved.
Ms. Hines makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Folks, seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Secretary?
Yes,
Just to
Mr.
let you know,
Kasperitz.
I intend to abstain from voting to affirm this.
Mr. Kasperitz is abstaining.
Secretary, I do also.
Dr. Smoot's abstaining. Anyone else? Right, all, Mr. Merrill's abstaining.
Question?
Sure, I'll do it too. I'll abstain.
Happens. Yeah, when we ask why you're abstaining.
Insufficient report.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Don't trust WMATA.
Move the vote.
What happens if the whole board abstains?
We don't have a vote.
So the board would have to vote in the affirmative to withhold anything, so it doesn't change the outcome to, I mean, the resolution just memorializes that we completed the review that we're required to do by the code, that they complied with the provisions that are in the code, and where we are allowed to withhold based on those provisions. So no action by the board does not change the outcome.
And I think it's important to say that there are very specific requirements written in the code that DRPT is, and actually with the help of MVTC, is required to look at those very specific provisions. And they have found that in those very specific instances, WMATA has complied. That is a different question than are there questions that you have about WMATA? So I guess I would say, you know, this is a very particular vote about very particular things that has extreme consequences for the agency, where we have two agencies that provide information to us saying, you know, they've met the goal. If we want to have a different conversation about what people on the board want to know about WMATA, then perhaps we should have that conversation. But I don't know. I'm kind of nonplussed.
To Ms. Hines' point, I think that what I heard was there was insufficient report, and we don't trust WMATA.
Mr. Secretary, if I could comment, my reason for abstaining, I think, is lack of any validation of the information beyond confirmation from WMATA that they have complied. And again, I didn't get a clarification last time that gave me sufficient confidence to vote in the affirmative on this.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, I would.
I hadn't finished my comments yet, actually, Mr. Kasperitz.
Thank you.
I would say for the information provided by WMATA, we do a lot of validation of that. My staff works with them through the course of the year. We validate the calculation of their operating assistance, making sure we're in compliance with the 3% cap. The other provisions, the capital improvements plan, the strategic plan, and the participation of the board alternates are all things that we're very much engaged in. So from that perspective, and to Ms. Hines' point, these are very, very specific provisions of the code. Are there questions about other data? Absolutely. I've heard that from you and other members of the board, but that is not part of this particular certification process that we're required to do by code.
Thank you. I still choose to abstain. Thank you.
Call the vote, call the vote.
Anyone else? All in favor? I'm gonna use you to, I'm gonna ask you to raise your hands. We can separate the abstentions from the affirmatives from the negatives. And, so first I'll ask, is there, votes to approve the, submission of the report by, by DRPT? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are there any negative votes? And abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 to 4. Right. Thank you very much.
804.
804.
8 firm, 4
Zero
abstentions.
against, 0 against, 4 abstentions.
All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is Thrasher on bids.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have one project to take before you today. It's a smart scale project located in our Spotsylvania location in the Fredericksburg district. It's a road and bridge widening over Massaponax Creek. The low bid was at $12.8 million by Branch Contracting. It was within our evaluated estimate. I recommend approval.
Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
I
Yes,
move
ma'am.
approval. I move approval.
Sellers moves approval.
We have no questions.
Second.
Is there a second? Mr. Casper, seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
That is the last item on the agenda. I want to thank, again, the staff and everybody that's made this go smoothly and efficiently. I want to appreciate everybody coming to Virginia Beach. As I said earlier in the program, we will continue to move around the state. We can go other places. It's always good to get there. Appreciate all the hard work it took to get down here. The governor's conference will start tomorrow at noon, I think, with a lunch. And then program begins after that. It opens up, I believe, at 8 or 8:30 on Thursday morning again. The governor is scheduled to speak at 8:45. They'll go the balance of the day, and then there's a short session on Friday morning. So we certainly encourage everybody that's here that can go to go. It'll be a good conference, and we're excited to have the governor come join us and to work towards that, to work towards a better transportation system in Virginia. Mr. Folks.
Yeah, I was just curious as when we might know the 23 schedule of the board meetings.
Carol says by December. Are you talking about the actual schedule or where we're going?
No, just get
Dates, the dates.
date of the meetings.
Can we assume the third Tuesday again?
Again, we do it. I think we can do it really soon, Mr. Folks.
Thank you.
Sooner the better.
Yes.
Now, if we decide to go, we're gonna try to go some places, and that may take a little bit more finagling, but we'll at least get the calendar set. And then we'll move around. Fair enough? Okay. I look forward to continuing discussions about our friends, in the WMATA system.
I do as well.
When are we gonna meet at 5:30?
5:15, the shuttle arrives downstairs. Carol, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's due to depart at 5:30. Mr. Stant?
Yes, sir.
Festivities begin at,
6 prompt.
there you go.
Promptly.
As we all have come to know Mr. Stant, he is prompt at 6. So thank you so much again.
You do have a designated driver,
Mr. Stant,
correct?
yeah, you have a shuttle. Mr. Stant, thank you very much for putting it together. Mr. Coleman, thank you for assisting. And I think we're gonna lose a few folks, which is always sad for the rest of us, but have a safe trip home if you're going home tonight, and we'll look forward to seeing you in December.
So, do we, tomorrow morning for the tunnel?
Adjourned, we'll finish the
Where do we meet?
conversation.
In the